Okay, Hannah, we're going live now. You're live!
Hello.
Un momento. Hold that one.
All right. Say hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody.
I thought I switched that and didn't drive bunny.
Yep, it's up back away.
So I just follow that one over the.
Yeah. Yep, that's the thing. So you're putting the next ring in there.
Nice.
So you're adding the pairing to that ring.
Awesome.
Hi.
Do you need to share the link?
Yes, please. Do you want to jump on pipe while I'm?
Share the link on this one?
Possibly. It's more that the YouTubey things.
I think you're live.
We're good, Chris. Thank you.
We're good, Chris. Thank you.
Well,
Hi guys, welcome to the technological chaos that is MonkeySpace. Apparently, we've just finished a workshop. We're going to be setting up workshops for next month, and hi and stuff. We will be sharing the link to this on the Facebook page and other stuff soon. You right?
Your phone?
Hang on. Just need to find my phone. I am audibly organized. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to turn my laptop around so that once we share this, I can actually.
That's on a different unit, so I don't know if you.
It's okay. I'm just going to jump to the Facebook page and then I can type a thing with thing and things and the things and stuff. So you're sharing it now?
I'm trying to find it.
Cool. Okay.
That's not a good thumbnail.
What's not a good thumbnail?
There it is. The thumbnail for the.
Am I making a weird facial expression? Okay. We managed to get a semi-decent one last time. You're looking for the thumbnail now, aren't you? Awesome.
Do I go to see you?
Go to the YouTube channel. Yeah, we're about to link to the YouTube channel on the Steel web page. Technological confusion.
I never remember. Is it one word or two?
One word.
So you're. Yeah.
Hi and stuff. So shall I do an introduction and stuff for people that are actually going to be watching this later? Probably should,
Yes.
shouldn't I? Probably should, rather than just sitting here and blathering at myself and other people. Probably should. Oh God, no! Now there's going to be an echo effect.
No.
Right. So now we actually know it's streaming. I will do an introduction. Hi, I'm Hannah. This is Chainmaille MonkeySpace. We're doing a total one today. We run them on the first Sunday of every month in Tauranga and the third Sunday of every month in Auckland. It's basically a place to come and get together and make chainmail. It's $10 for however many hours we manage to do it. We run it from 1 till 5 here and 1 till 4 in Auckland because they tend to close earlier on a Sunday. We run them at Arkham up in Auckland, but we've started streaming them so that, if you're not in Auckland or Tauranga, you can still come and join in with the insanity.
Hello, everybody from Explorer and
Hi, everyone. Okay, I'm getting there. Hi, everyone from Explorer and Levin and all the people that we've met recently. My partner and I have been solidly doing markets since about November, so there's probably, hopefully, a few new viewers that we haven't seen for a while. Welcome to the insanity. Basically, what we usually do is bring supplies so that people can stock up if they need to. You can come here and work on projects that you've got set up. So if you're making jewelry, you can make jewelry. If you've got a giant shirt that you're working on that you don't always have time to make, it's a space to kind of touch base and get reminded that there are other crazy people out there too that do this weird thing. So it's kind of a, basically just a creative space to come in and work and troubleshoot ideas, talk about ideas for projects. Yeah, just talk about chainmail and everything else. And we're trying to make it a regular thing so that, we feel more normal, I suppose. Because then we are reminded there are other people that like playing with chainmail too, and we feel less strange. But the streaming thing's relatively new, so please feel free to ask questions once we get the link up. please feel free to let me know if there's anything you particularly feel like talking about. Please feel free to let me know if there's anything you want to talk about or you would like to know about. I can either let you know this time or I can research it for next time. I got asked an interesting question last time about which culture had the best and most functional chainmail, which I actually don't know about. Partly because there's one weave that seems to have been the main one used for most chainmail, which was used across multiple different cultures. And because actual data on who invented chainmail and who invented specific weaves is quite hard to come across. But yeah, happy to blather on about chainmail for hours if need be. We'll also potentially do a little tour of the space that we're using. We're in a space just outside of Tauranga at the moment. It's called the Imaginarium. And it's a communal space that is available for people to use for events if they need to, but it's a cooperative space. So the people that own it have set up about a quarter of the property as garden beds and stuff. So there's vast amounts of crop. We're actually doing a harvesting circle later on today after this is finished to try and harvest the amaranth, which I've never harvested before, so it's going to be a fun trial. But the plan for them is to live off the land for a year, based on just what's on the property. So they've got about a quarter of the property as a raised garden beds, and they're putting in more, and they have about a quarter of the property as an orchard. So yeah, once those trees start fruiting, there's going to be a lot. Sorry, 1 second. Do you want to play with different flowers?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you can if you want.
No, that's all.
You don't really get a chance to before.
I have my
Sorry.
cigarettes as well if you want to borrow them.
Yeah, just ask them for pliers. They will give you pliers. Sorry, we have Jackie here who's just been doing a workshop, and yeah, she has. We've run over time, which we always bloody seem to, no matter how hard we try. We always run over time because chainmail's kind of hard to get your head around initially, and we like setting people up with a really good grounding in what they're doing, how they're doing it, so that when you go home and try and do it again, you can just pick up right where you left off. Have you shared the link, babe?
Yes.
I'm gonna be.
We had 2 people on, we're now on one. Happy you logged in? You're logged in, so you're the one person watching, right?
You're the one person watching right now. I don't know if it
No, we have a
shows us
second person.
everyone. Oh
Which
my
will
god,
be
2
you.
people! But I'm not watching.
No, but you're, I don't know, but it's just suddenly bumped up to 2.
Okay, we may
Hello,
have 2 people.
we're
Hello,
down to
extra
1.
person. I keep looking at that to try and see what I look like. I need to stop doing that. Doesn't help that I don't look looking. What?
Hey, wait.
What?
We'll do a, what's his name, Zoom?
What's
Red Dwarf.
Crichton Zoom?
Crichton Zoom.
Yes. Obscure British comedy references. Everybody loves those.
Android becomes human. He goes, but what do humans do for Zoom? It's like you just bring it
Move
closer to
your
your
head.
face. Right, Zoom. Okay, well, how do we control temperature? We don't have that.
We don't have
It's like-
temperature controls.
No matter how much I twiddle my nipple, I cannot get Z in.
It's a really good show.
You hit your head up, your recharge socket.
Now, I have been asked to actually talk. Well, I asked if there was anything in particular anyone wanted me to talk about today, and I was told to cover everything. So I have decided that I'm going to actually cover everything from the beginning, technically the beginning of me making chainmail. So I'm going to show you some of the kind of horrific stuff that I made when I started. I first started making chainmail because I'm not very good at being bored, and I'd been knitting for a while and it was starting to drive me crazy, and my body wasn't working wonderfully well, which is something that it does quite a lot. It's kind of annoying. But having said that, it also kind of lost track of that one. There's too many things going on at once that I'm trying to keep track of. There's people starting projects and moving things around, and so I'm trying to follow them as well as what I'm talking about, and I'm losing track. But that's okay.
You get bored sitting still because you're
Yes,
stuck.
not very good at being bored. And I couldn't function wonderfully well. And I'd already spent about 6 months knitting various things. And I had a friend who is very good at finding random things, getting very obsessed with them, and then moving on. The last time I talked to him, he was trying to make wine out of dandelions. But he showed me a chainmail link that he'd found online for a tutorial, and I got very excited, started turning rings on my knitting needles and tried it, and that was 12 years ago, and now my house is full of chainmail. So yeah. Owen is making interesting faces at me from the other side of the camera because he's currently working on a Zoidberg mask that he came up with at Explore and started at Explore. We started doing scale masks. Can I show them you, Owen, please? Can I show you? No, you need to put it on. I'm going to turn around and show it on you.
Why do I get to be on the camera?
Yeah, you do. Okay. So this is the Zoidberg mask. So I got about half of it made there and then realized that I didn't actually have that many red scales. And then got quite frustrated at me because he wasn't necessarily going to be able to finish it there. But yeah, he is now working on it, and it's jingling interestingly in the background. So if you hear something jingling, that's probably what it is.
There's all me kind of.
Yeah, that's Harvey shimmying. Sorry, that one's not on. You can't take credit for that. Oh, that doesn't work. You can see my hand.
Wait, what you do is...
Bit of a snitch on the bone.
Yeah, I don't know if you can tell yet.
Apologize to whoever has just turned up.
I don't know if you can tell yet, but we're kind of idiots. So this is literally what we do at MonkeySpace. We just get together and do stupid things with chainmail. This is Zafira.
And that's what
Zafira. She got named at Explore. She is technically a third of the length she's going to be.
Thereabouts.
Because she's going to be built by like this one. This one.
Mushu.
This is Mushu. He got named a while ago. It's cheaper because he is smaller, but that is the body section, and then the tail is about
1.5 times the length.
1.5-ish times the length.
Your bend is there, so your bend is here. If you take your bend, and then you take the head off.
Yeah, true. It's 1.5.
About 1.5 times.
So, Zafira is going to be huge once she's finished, but she's not finished yet. The designs for these are available at Ringwood, so I don't sell the tutorials for these because they ain't mine, but we do have the right size rings to make them if you want to make them, and they're quite fun. You can make them to stand up, but it depends on the size of ring that you make. And these ones tend to be slightly drunk. They have a tendency of falling over. Zafira's going to be made with a loop on her. So she can actually wrap around your arm, and when she's finished, she's probably going to come all the way up to your shoulder.
So you can make
hopefully once she's finished.
Like this.
So this is part of the tail. So it's going to be pretty colours.
What are you moving?
Okay, cool. Hey, we can actually focus on chainmail on this one. We can move chainmail close to the camera and focus. Is that yours? Is that the bit you just done? Okay. So the workshop we had today. This is the piece she just finished. Because she's awesome. Yes. We do set up workshops. Excuse me. We set up workshops with various weeks before MonkeySpace, but MonkeySpace is literally just for getting together, making chainmail and being dicks. We usually have food. Today we have a couple brownies and watermelon. A watermelon, technically. It's kind of big. There you go. It will get cut up at some point. Sometimes we have people that come down from Auckland for it, but one of them has just got a job that is always on Sundays, and the other one has a whole bunch of stuff going on, and we don't always expect them to turn up.
And they run the Sunday one.
Auckland.
Or they're going.
And yes, they run the Auckland one, or they're going to run the Auckland one on days when I can't get up to Auckland. So yeah, they are my extremely awesome minions. So please, if you want to ask any questions, ask questions. If there's anything in particular you want to see, then let me know. Please feel free to comment if you would like to comment. We're still trying to set it up so that we can stream straight to the Facebook page, because I think that's going to be easier when it comes to actually answering questions and making comments and that kind of thing. I don't have the YouTube channel up at the moment, I think.
I can see if there's stuff up in this one.
Okay.
And
Is there? Are there questions?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But what was your first weave you started with?
Good question. Actually, the first weave I started with is the same weave that I tend to start most people with. It's called European 4-in-1, though technically this is 6-in-1, I think. Okay, 4-in-1 is called 4-in-1 because every one ring has 4 rings going through it. It's very complicated, but it's basically the weave that you will have seen most if you've seen chainmail in movies, if you've seen chainmail armor, because it's used to make shirts, coifs, pants, everything that you've seen that's armor is basically 4-in-1. So this is one of our chainmail mantles. We make weighted blankets in squares. So this is one of the squares. Basically a build your own blanket. So we started making them in lap quilt sizes because we wanted to make them affordable. But the theory is you get this one, you use this one. If you want to, you can pay off the next one. And then once it's finished, we seam them together. Voila, you have a bigger blanket. Thankfully, because it's chainmail, that's something that you can do. But we've also had people that get those and are completely happy with those. We started taking them to markets, and we had people basically immediately putting them around their shoulders. So I used an old school armor pattern, and I made our mantles, which are stylish, attractive, and also make very fun noises when you jingle.
And they breathe.
And they breathe. They're not too hot. They're not too cold. They're quite cold when you put them on, but they don't get that warm. And they just feel really nice.
Don't leave it in the sun and then put it on.
Yes. Do not leave it in the sun and then put it on. That is not a good idea. But yeah, the weave that's used in this is European 4-in-1. It's one of the base weaves that you can then build a whole bunch of other weaves on. But it's a really good weave to learn first because it's probably one most people are familiar with the look of. That's what I found anyway. And it's also one that can then lead on to a whole bunch of different weaves, depending on which direction people feel like taking their new weird obsession. So I can't actually remember what the hell I made first, but this is some of my first chainmail. Are you gonna focus?
Yeah, it's focusing.
My first chainmail pieces, because the wire that they sell at hardware stores is not stainless, it's galvanized. She ran into a friend at Splore recently who, she had one of the pieces that I'd made her before I realized that pieces should not actually leave marks on people in her house bus, which she still has from back then. She doesn't wear it, but she still keeps it. And it's a good place to start because it's not hugely expensive. But yeah, I did run into issues when I started giving jewelry to pieces and it started turning their skin black. It's not a good look. Galvanized steel is also a lot easier to move than stainless steel, but I shifted from galvanized to stainless and then immediately found it's one of the hardest substances I could possibly have started trying to cut. And that kind of started my current obsession with rings and closures and making them, and it's why I started in the first place. You want to have a play? I can see you kind of looking at it. So I don't actually know what I had plans to use all of this stuff for, because I recently found all the galvanized stuff, but this is a piece, I don't know if you can see in there, but I've tried putting reductions or expansions in there. It's a 6-in-1, so it ends up getting really, really rigid, but that would be why. Come on, focus. Focus.
All right, no.
Do the makeup tutorial. There. If you watch makeup tutorials, they put their hand in front of the product so they can focus.
Yeah. Is it working? I don't think it's working.
Not bad.
Not really.
Yeah.
I can put up photos of these later if you want. But basically, I tried doing expansion into the weave, but because it's a 6-in-1, it ended up very, very tight. But it means that's why it kind of bends rather than going straight. They're basically just bits that I was playing with. But the very first weaves that I worked with are European 4-in-1. That was the beginning of a coif that I was trying to make. Sorry, it's been a while since I looked at these. And this, I didn't realize it was that long. That is a weave called International 4-in-1. There you go, that one actually focused. So this started as European 4-in-1, and then you weave on top of it, and then you seam it together. So you make it in strips. And then if you're as obsessive as I am, you make it in big strips. And then you make giant pieces out of it that then turn people's skin black. Sorry, they're a little bit knotted together. pretty sure I had a purpose in mind for these when I made them, but I don't really have the heart to take them apart. I don't really have the heart to throw them away. And I don't really have anything to do with them because they're not the best when it comes to actually being worn. Ooh, that one is really stuck together.
What you do is you build a lattice out of them and have it as a wall hang. It won't rust.
So that's the International in it's called International 4-in-1 or Interwoven 4-in-1. That's it in a slightly larger ring size. Okay. I'm moving, aren't I? I know you focused before. Is it working? That's right. Cover my face. Cover my face. It's all good. I will put up photos of these later on my Instagram feed because, trying to get them in front of my face and take photos of them is probably not going to go wonderfully well based on our experience beforehand. So that is full Persian. So that's another one of the weaves that I started off with, which I now make pieces in. I didn't realize I tried to learn these weaves before. That is a weave that I did not actually think that I'd learnt. It's Beast Butterflies. It's one that I have a tutorial for. Yeah, that Owen decided to grab a little while ago and started making pieces, and I was like, that's awesome. I really should learn that at some point. This is what happens when you've been making chainmail for 12 years.
Nice.
We also have half Persian sheet, which is quite a fun one. I have samples of all of these in my kit. If you decide to turn up to one of these in person, I will show them to you. Also planning on doing videos of them in various styles. This is one of my favorite weaves because it looks like absolutely nothing. And then you tension it, and hopefully I'm tensioning it in the right direction, but I wasn't, so I will do it down. Yeah, that's not double spiral. Oh no, it is. Just wasn't sitting right. And it becomes a spiral, and you can't see it. Sorry, I will get a camera that actually can do close-ups, I promise. But if you're not holding onto it, it loses its shape, but if it's secured somewhere, then it actually stays in quite a nice shape.
I think it's the material, Hannah. The galvanizing is not a solid line.
Yeah, true. But yeah, there's all sorts of bits and pieces. There was also my first attempt at dragon scale in there, which I did not have the right ring sizes for, so did not work. And that is one of the larger pieces that I've made for it. Now it's made in, I think, 20 gauge wire in about 4 or 5 mil rings. So it is an illustration of how insane I have been right from the start. I don't know if I would make this again in steel. I kind of want to have it, to be honest, because it's quite a cool skirt. But since I've actually started costing these pieces and figuring out how much they're worth, how much they should be charged for, and all that kind of stuff, I can't imagine anyone actually buying it. Okay, I don't know if you guys heard that, but that is a sound that you hear a lot when I'm around. It is the random ping of ricocheting chainmail.
And it's the manic laughter that follows.
Yes. Well, yeah, if you don't have manic laughter, what the hell are you doing? So that's where I started with chainmail. That was about 12 years ago, and from there I've learnt so many bloody weaves that I found that there's a few different ways that people tend to get into chainmail. You either kind of start doing it and learn one weave and then see how many different things you can make with that weave, or you start doing it and see all the different weaves that you could be making and then kind of work in all of them. And I kind of went, there's so many different ways to do this, I'm going to try and learn all of them, and I'm not even close to that yet, but I do have a giant box of samples of some of the weaves that I've made. So covering more of the talking about everything that I was asked to do before, there are 3 main branches of chainmail weaves, or there seem to be. They are fracturing more or splitting more, and there's getting to be more more variations as more time goes on, because people are inventing more and more weaves.
Becoming too unwieldy to only have 3 classifications.
It is. Unfortunately, the classifications when they started were based around places. Now, European 4-in-1 was called European 4-in-1 because they took credit for the making of chainmail, despite the fact that it was used in Persia and a whole bunch of other places as well, basically the same weave. Because it's all based on archaeological finds, it's hard to gauge who had it first, who invented it, all that kind of stuff. There's a few claims, but I will potentially make a video about that later if there's enough interest, once I've had some time to do some sort of research. I know that it was a European thing, and I know that there is an Asian version of chainmail. They use very different weaves, and they tended to use it as connectors between leather plates or steel plates. There's also a fair amount of plate work in the Persian versions of chainmail shirts and stuff that I've seen. I need to put more information up about that because it's awesome, but it involves a lot of research that I'm not quite up to kind of covering yet, and I would need to get permission to use the stock photos of things that I found in various museum archives around the world. So that is, yeah, in the books, but not probably going to be happening for a while until I get a lot of contact with a large amount of people. But there are the three main schools of chainmail are called European, Persian, and Japanese. Now, the Persian one, as far as I can tell, is called Persian because it looks vaguely Persian. That's the best reasoning that I have been given for why it's called Persian. It's not based on archaeological finds, but it's been classified as that, and I need to find a better source of what the justification for calling it that was. The way that I tend to describe it to people in basic terms is European weaves are basic geometric shapes. So you get squares, you get circles. Not that I immediately start choking as soon as I'm on camera. So that's round mail, which is a European weave. It's quite circular. The Persian weaves are more V's. They're more angular shapes. So
Diamonds.
They're diamonds, they're V shapes. You've got this is half Persian, 4-in-1. So it's more of a kind of V shape. Now, the technical reason that they're using now in the chainmail databases that are more modern, so things like Mail Artisans, is European weaves are based around through eye closures. So you'll have the rings go through the other rings. The Persian ones are based around eye closures. So these rings go through the rings next to them. Are you going to focus? Are you going to focus? It focused before, so it fooled me. There you go. No, maybe, no.
Okay.
But it goes around an eye of a ring. So a point where two rings cross over is called an eye. So it goes around the eye as well as through the eye. And then the Japanese ones, I can't actually remember what the reasoning for it is, but I will find out and I'll do a video on it so I can actually sound like I know what I'm talking about. But the way I describe it is the European ones are basic geometric shapes. The Persian ones are V's and diamonds and more angular shapes, and they move on different axes. So the European ones tend to move up and down and side to side. The Persian ones expand and contract differently. So that's a Persian weave, and whereas you'd expect it if it was a Japanese weave to move that way, it actually moves across the weave rather than up and down. And then the Japanese ones are hexagons and heptagons and dodecahedrons, and they will break your brain, is the phrase I generally employ, because with the Japanese ones, you're getting into stuff like that, which is
They're the ones that want
awesome
to be extremely different
and fun and bizarre and sculptural and yeah.
Kusari.
Hanagusari, yeah.
No, kusari.
Kusari?
Japanese male armor.
Yes.
Kusari gusuku.
I've seen it be called gusari, and I've seen it called kusari as well. I have a treatise that I need time to sit down and actually work through that is translated from a top Japanese armorer, which has a lot of information about chainmail. I need to sit down with a friend of mine that speaks Japanese and actually get her interpretation of it, so I know that the interpretation I have is actually accurate. But yeah, it's all fun. the chainmail archaeological finds that they have on record now. My partner has a book on the Battle of Visby, which is one of the best archaeological finds that they had, because part of the issue with chainmail is the armor stuff was not as easy to make as people seem to think. Because even the weird, time-consuming, obsessive version of chainmail that we do now, which uses buttered rings where the ends are just brought together, that was not the chainmail they used to use for protection because it's not strong enough. Not even in the metals, not in the metals that we have now, definitely not in the metals they had then. So what they used to do was rivet chainmail. So they'd cut the rings so that the ends were crossed over and they'd be round, and then they'd flatten both of the ends so that they had a flat piece, drive a nail through it, shove a rivet through it, break it off, hammer it in place, and then move on to the next ring. So there were vast amounts of people that would do this for quite a long period of time. And it was extremely time consuming and extremely exhausting, and therefore quite expensive. So not everyone had chainmail.
So I imagine like lords and knights.
Yeah.
Preferably had waffles.
Or you'd have the family kind of chainmail that got passed down from father to son.
Or parts would be ripped off when it got too damaged and used in plate later on.
Yeah, they're used in plate, they're reused, they're repurposed. Because if you spend that long making something and it potentially is going to stop you from getting stabbed, it's not something you want to throw away. But it means that you would find archaeological chainmail finds that had much older pieces of chainmail in them. So if there's only a fragment of chainmail that survives, it's not necessarily dated the same as the rest of the find. Yeah, it's quite fun going through the archaeological side of it and actually seeing the historical use of it and where it was used and who used it, and some of the stunningly gorgeous pieces of chainmail there are out there. I posted one up. There's a group on Facebook called Chainmail MonkeySpace. It's basically where I post up stuff to inspire people that like making chainmail. And I put a piece up there recently that I found at I think it was the Worcester Museum. They had an armory section, but it was a Persian chainmail piece where every single ring had been engraved. And I can't remember what the engravement was, but it was basically a kind of like a prayer, basically. A prayer for strength or a prayer for protection. And it was beautiful. Micro engraving on every single piece of every single ring. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, I think I remember
you remember it?
Yeah. Posting it and seeing it. Like, ooh.
I need to find more of those. So I post up every now and then ridiculously awesome pieces of chainmail that I found. So Lisa Ellis's Van Gogh piece is up there in Moorish Rose. I don't know if you found her, but there's a page for it on Facebook if you want to have a look. She did Starry, Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh, made out of chainmail in a weave called Moorish Rose, which is... You'd think I'd be able to find a giant piece of chainmail. I can't actually make this.
It may be in the box.
No, I shipped it in here this morning. This is Moorish Rose. It is a stunningly gorgeous weave. I can't make it yet. My friend Eden up in Auckland made me this and very much likes the fact that she knows a weave that I don't. She enjoys it heaps. So I'm tempted to kind of not learn to make it yet, or not tell her how I learned to make it, or that I've learned to make it, so she can keep having one up on me. Because as much as I've been doing chainmail for longer than her, there is no time to learn every single weave that it is possible to learn. So it's quite fun when people come along and learn weaves I don't know, because it either pushes me to then have ideas in directions I wouldn't have otherwise, or I don't know, it's good motivation. It really doesn't bother me at all, and it's quite fun. And I love how much she enjoys that she knows something that I don't. But yeah, Lisa Ellis has made an entire painting out of it. There is a page on Facebook about it. It's freaking awesome. If you want to check it out, it's well worth a bloody look. Yeah, I think I posted a picture of a guy that had made like a suit jacket with epaulette, no, what are they called, Owen? The pieces across the front? It was a military jacket in chainmail, in tiny. So if you want to look for the group, please look for the group. Please join the group if you'd like to. I can't promise I'm going to post every day, but I will try and share things there that I find that inspire me, because that's kind of what this is about. It's about sharing the inspiration, I guess. Sharing the inspiration and, yeah, sharing my weird obsession. I'm not going to blather on for the entire, I can't remember how many hours of this get together, because that's not what this is about. This is partly for people that have forgotten that this is on or can't tune in right now to kind of tune in and say hi. Do we have a message?
No.
You're
But I'm just
beaming at me
I'm
weirdly.
sharing the link, and we're now up to 4 people.
Nice.
So
Sorry, I just noticed Owen beaming at me weirdly.
say hi to people.
Hi, people. Hi, new people that have come in. Thank you for making Owen make funny faces in the background. It's quite fun. Yeah, so if you want to go back and watch the rest of this at some point, please do. I'm sure there'll be something interesting in there, but I can't remember what I just said, so who knows. Yeah, come along and make chainmail if you want. Or if you don't, I literally want to be able to set this up in the corner so that the people that come along to this session don't also feel that they have to perform. But it's going to be a matter of just turning up, making chainmail, and if you can't get to Tauranga or Auckland, which for some people we've met are a long, long way away, then you should just be able to tune in from wherever you are. And we will keep an eye on the feed. So if you have a question to ask questions. If you don't hear something that we said, ask, and we'll say it again into the camera and hopefully make slightly more sense than we did the first time. I'm very good at not making sense. Trust me, I've had lots of practice. Yeah, we're working on sorting the website up. I know that the one that I've got at the moment has had some issues. We've had some orders come through recently that have either gone through twice or they've told the people that were ordering it didn't work when it actually did, or it's been fun. I'm trying to set it up. I wanted to have it by this weekend, but we haven't managed to make it happen yet. But yeah, it's basically just, this is my weird obsession. If you would like to try it, we have kits and stuff available online. I'm trying to come up with a few new ones and set up new tutorials now. We get them in from overseas whenever we can. And yeah, come play if you want to know what weave we're playing with currently, or what rings you need to make a weave, or how to figure that kind of thing out. I don't tend to give out ring sizes. This is actually something I've come across quite a lot before. Part of making chainmail and learning to make chainmail is figuring out the ring sizes. So there is a database online called Mail Artisans. It has a database of a whole bunch of different tutorials, a whole bunch of different pictures of different weaves. Some of them have tutorials, some of them don't. If it has a tutorial, then great. If it doesn't have a tutorial, it should have something called an aspect ratio. Now, aspect ratio is basically how you figure out what size rings you need to make a certain kind of chainmail. If I'd known how much math chainmail involved, I probably would not be doing chainmail. But I can help you figure out an aspect ratio. I'm not going to give you ring sizes, because part of being a chainmailer is figuring out ring sizes. If you want to be able to make a weave, but you don't want to have to put that work in, then paying for a tutorial that will then show you what ring sizes you need to make it. I think that's justified, especially with the prices of a lot of tutorials that I bought online. And if you don't want to have to figure out ring sizes, or you don't want to have to pay for a tutorial, then just order a kit, because they'll send you the rings, they'll send you the supplies, they'll send you everything that you need to make it. But what you're paying for is the time and energy and years of training that they've had to be able to figure that stuff out. Yeah. So I will help you figure out how you can figure it out, but I'm not just going to be like, you need this size rings for that weave. Sorry. I'm sure that it's a conversation I've had with quite a few people, and it's led to a few arguments, well, not disagreements or arguments, but just intense conversations, because there are some people that don't understand the logic behind it. But it's like when you're paying a doctor, you're not just paying for the time that the doctor is spending with you, you're paying for the years that they spent training to be able to spend that time with you and know what to do. Not that I'm saying that I'm even vaguely as qualified as a doctor, but yeah, it's an example.
I have to say, you're more qualified in chainmail than probably a lot of doctors.
I am more qualified in chainmail than most doctors. But if there are any chainmailing doctors out there, then please hit me up, because that sounds pretty awesome. And how the hell do you find the time? So yeah.
How do you incorporate it into the person?
Do we just have a comment?
No. How do you incorporate the chainmail into the person if you're a surgeon and you're doing certain chainmail? Just saying.
See, now my brain is going, I know that they can 3D print chainmail. And I think that they can 3D print like a flesh substitute, or they can grow it. So I'm now imagining 3D printing chainmail skin as for skin grafts and stuff.
Skin mesh.
Do we have
meth diet and chainmail good. This paradox confuses me. Chainmail doctors, that would be a cyborg.
That would be a cyborg. You'd have to make the chainmail very specifically to make it rigid. Very awesome. I do kind of like the idea of chainmail skin grafts, though.
Well, it'd be very similar to what they're doing with mesh graft anyway,
Mm.
like currently.
I just got an email telling me that I'm apparently now live on my channel. So, it's good to know. I'm glad that they warned me.
That was probably me.
Probably. No, it's an email. Just
Okay.
It's an automatic thing that gets sent out whenever we go live.
I just shared it with the heat.
Now I'm not talking intensively. Please ask questions if you want to ask questions. But I'm going to lean back slightly and actually get my chainmail out because I haven't made it for how long have I been talking for? Maybe half an hour and I'm starting to get itchy.
For 40 minutes. I mean, they use fish scale, so why not scale mail?
Basically. And it's the fact that they can actually grow it from the cells of the person that they're grafting it onto, which technically should get rid of the issues with...
Organ rejection.
Yeah, don't know if you heard that, but organ rejection.
No, you can 3D print food.
I just realized I was going to wear a thing today. This is one of the pieces that I finished just before
It's not
Explore.
disgusting. 3D printed food?
Mm-hmm. They were developing it about 10, 15 years ago in 3D printers.
So the chain is a weave called GSG. It's a variation of one of the Persian weaves. And the scale is just pretty scale. You want to see?
Even the guys who developed them using
But I
just
decided that I
3D
liked
printer
them and I
in the
should make
original
more.
test,
So we now
really
have
need
a
this.
gold one as well.
In the future.
And I'm making a blue one. Oh no, I finished the blue one. I'm making the steel ones now. I don't wear a lot of
Here's metal,
jewelry.
the rust comes included.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
give you 3 guesses who this is. We had them
Can't
come last time.
imagine. It's gorgeous. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I don't tend to wear much of my own chainmail. My body's annoying. I may have mentioned that before, and it tends to get irritated by pretty much everything. So even I have some pieces that I wear whenever I can wear them, but I don't get to do it very often. But I finished this one and then went, yeah, I think I'm actually going to keep this one. Because it looks kind of cool. Pretty happy with the scale, the shape of the scale piece. I started off with it 1 row shorter, so it only came to there. But I kind of like it with the extra. What do you reckon?
I like it with the extra.
Yeah, it's just a bit more of a statement. But yeah, then you can have the variation with the color, and then the variation with the print. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's just bizarre.
How do you get into...
I've tried learning that weave about
Do you
3
mind if I turn the
times.
camera a little bit while
Do
you
we-
talk?
Is that okay?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Is that okay? So you can actually be on camera?
That way
Sorry.
you actually have... Sorry.
This is Jackie.
Hello.
Say hi, Jackie. Yeah, she's currently going through my giant box of chainmail weaves. You want to play with the marshmallows? This one's. I want to make this one into a cuff.
It's such a great
But the amount of time it will take to make that again in steel. Yeah, I need to cost it and figure out if anyone would actually pay for it.
I reckon I make a good cup.
Yes. We were doing a chainmail thing at the same time as Owen was doing a fighting thing, and he decided that this one would actually make a good protected cup.
With padding.
Because it is quite rigid, but if you feel it, like squeeze the bottom part there,
Yeah.
it's quite rigid.
And
so
it will
would
not
actually be
crack
supportive.
open like a cricket box can.
Okay, please don't make people watching this cringe.
Did say it wasn't suitable for kids.
Yes.
This confirms that you're leveled in barbarian and your body wants to use its unarmored buff.
I love this.
We have the scale. We do workshops on doing scale mail as well. But if you look at it, remember what I said about European 4-in-1? Every ring has 4 rings through it.
Oh, yeah.
Scale mail is European 4-in-1. It builds differently and it hangs differently and it's a little bit weird. But with European 4-in-1, you can get your head around making scale mail. But we have the small scale supplies, we have the rings you need to do it as well. So if you want to start branching out, that's why we have these sessions. So that everybody can get just as addicted as I am.
I actually took a screenshot of something on Pinterest
Oh, show me.
that interests me. Where is it? Sure. And it's using the scales. Look, there we go.
Nice. Where is that
I
from?
like that.
That's the one issue I have with
Okay, what is it?
because you can't necessarily follow through. What is it? It's a set of earrings with helm chain. It's basically
Oh,
helm
very
chain
nice.
earrings with scales in them.
So
So
helm chain is Aurora.
it's helm
pieces.
chain.
Okay.
It's basically helm chain, but in a circle. Do I have a piece of?
Because they're very similar, aren't they?
They are quite similar. This is one of the issues we have with chainmail weaves, is that they're also having a big debate at the moment about what constitutes a weave and how you can define one chainmail weave as being different from other chainmail weaves. Because technically, the spiral 2 and 2 that I showed you before and JTL have exactly the same composition, but they show very differently. And also, that and that are apparently 2 different weaves, despite the fact that the only difference is how many connectors there are through them.
Yeah.
So I'll show you guys that. Are you going to focus? Are you? Are you going to focus? You're not going to focus, are you? There you go. Okay, so the top one and the bottom one, apparently 2 different weaves. The top one is called Rhino Snorting Drano, for a reason I have no idea about. And the bottom one is called Barrel Chain.
Oh, they're pretty earrings from the Wild Kiwi.
Yes,
Well done.
they are very pretty earrings. I might try and do a reverse Google image search on them and find out if there's someone that has tutorial rights for them.
Wait, I just realized, did you call it the Rhino what?
Rhino's Snorting Drano. I have no idea how it got named. This is a problem with people coming up with new weaves, because they can call them whatever the hell they want.
There you go.
I kind of always wanted to learn it just for the name, to be honest.
We'll just come up. Yeah, now you just give incentive to people to try and come up with a.
Come up with a new weave so you can name it something weird. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at having more earring designs and stuff as kits. I've got Mobius ones that I do that I've set up as a kit, but I tried to set them all up as the same kit, and I'm thinking of actually breaking them down so you can get like mini kits just as a starter. But I still need to do all of the costing. Again, chainmail and math. So much math. But yeah. No, I think that those earrings are helm chain, and it's literally just a circle of helm chain and a scale.
So much more.
I need to define math better because it sounds like I'm saying meth.
Yeah, so much more.
Okay.
Just
I'm
my
not.
brain can twist things, you know that.
Your brain twisting things? No. Yes, I am talking about chainmail and the adding of things to other things. Adding, subtracting, dividing, not actually substance abuse. I get all of the addiction I need from the chainmail-y stuff. Keep refreshing my Facebook page to see if anyone's actually commenting on that, but people seem to be commenting on the other thing now. Oh, we have a comment?
All the math in capitals.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Do you do long division in math?
Smart ass.
New math?
New math, old math.
I can just imagine Tom Lehrer singing the song. New math. Anyway.
All of the insanity.
Adding and subtracting things sounds like making math to me.
Yeah, just less fumes, I'd say. I've had a couple of earring kits up on the website for a little while. I've been getting them in from a really cool place in America called Uncommon. They make some gorgeous earrings. Some of the earrings that I have on the site I got from kits from them as well. But I don't sell the kits for them yet. But I am looking to bring in new kits. I'm looking to bring in a bunch of new kits. So if there's a project that if there is a project that you've seen that you would like to make, but you don't know where to get the kit, please PM me and send it to me. Because I may have seen it before, I may know the organization that sells it, and I may be able to source it and bring in kits. Or I may be able to get permission to make up kits. There are different people at different levels of kind of commitment to chainmail as a business, I suppose. And there are some people that do it as a career, and there's some people that make pieces but don't necessarily protect the copyright to them. And personally, I am a giant fan of giving people money for the work that they do. So I don't feel right about setting up a kit for a design that someone else came up with and then making money off it without them making anything. But if you found something that you like, that you would like to make, then please send me a picture of it and I'll do my best to track it down and make sure that it's something that we can actually start supplying.
Ooh, did you bring any of the
turbines?
The board.
They're in the...
Behind you, they're over here.
They're over here?
Hang on,
Can you
can
go
you talk around for a second?
Sorry.
Just showing this off.
Hang on. It's not on camera. This is the thing that Owen came up with at Splore that he's going to be working on. I kind of like the idea of making a mantle that has detachable sleeves, because these are actually, I think the plan is to do lobster clasps at the top and bottom so that it's removable if you need it to be.
Well, that one I was going to do solid, but the idea we have some for lobster clasps.
So it's
I'm actually
basically
making a shorter. I want to make a dress.
Yeah,
Like a
hell
full
yeah.
fit.
Think bigger. Always think bigger. But yeah, there's a cool idea that we came up with at Splore from people experimenting with and playing around with the chainmail. It's one of the fun things about doing this, and it's one of the reasons that I like taking it to new people, because they are sometimes happy to sit there and play with different combinations, but they're not necessarily going to want to do it themselves. So it's either showing them how to do it and kind of helping them figure it out themselves, or not. That's the scale as well. So it's the same thing, but with, you remember those weird pliers I showed you before?
Yeah.
That's a split ring plier. So these are split ring pliers. Hang on, let's do the hand behind you thing. You gonna focus? You gonna focus?
Back.
Back.
There we go.
Back.
Yeah.
Come on. You know, they have a weird little hooky thing on them, and it's basically so you can open split rings.
Oh,
So you make the space and then you thread it through,
right.
and it stops you from scratching at the surface of the ring.
Yeah.
So these are also steel scales. So if you feel the weight of them, I don't know if I have any aluminium scales. That may have just backfired.
I kind of think that would be a really nice for like a Greek god or something.
What that kind of
Chain and
setup?
scale sort of
That
links
would
like
be
that.
gorgeous. Yeah. Yeah. There's so many. There's endless ways that you can put them all together. I've been getting in turbine kits from Steampunk Garage. They do another really nice kit called the Forbidden Eye, and I'm going to be asking them for some of those sets when I do my next order, which is going to be in the next couple of weeks. So if there's a particular color turbine you'd like, when I got them in last time, I got them in aluminium, stainless steel, and titanium, because I wasn't sure which ones were going to sell. To be honest, I kind of like the titanium ones better, and the stainless steel ones, they're all made with stainless steel rings. They're not a beginner's kit, they're slightly more advanced, because stainless steel does not want to move, and it's a lot worse on your hands, and trying to get it to go, yeah, they involve quite a lot of swearing, or they can do if you have no self-control. But they were quite a challenge for me to make, so I'm thinking because they're more advanced kits, I might just get the titanium ones in, because they look better, to be honest. The colors are better, they're brighter. Yeah, and you can always buy extra scales to put in them if there's a particular color you like that's not in titanium, but for people that are starting, they seem to like the titanium ones better. So if there's a particular color that you would like to try one in, if there's a particular color Forbidden Eye that you'd like to try, let me know and I'll try and fit it into my next order. And if you're watching this in a couple of months' time, then just PM me anyway, because I might be doing another one by then. I've been ordering stuff in from overseas for about 12 years. One of the reasons I started making it in country is because it gets really expensive. And that was without customs and all the rest of the stuff, because it's heavy. It tends to cost a lot to post. And a lot of the suppliers are quite rigid when it comes to the postage methods that they use. And most of them are in America. So you tend to have to deal with extremely expensive postal companies, and they only really have one. The Ringlord now has a lot more postage options than it used to, but I used to find that the only one I could afford to start with was the 6 to 8 weeks postage delivery, so you had to be a lot more organized than I was used to being. And yeah, so I started making the aluminium ones myself, partly because I like the idea of actually being able to control exactly what ring size I was getting. And each of the suppliers have a slightly different inner diameter. So a weave that works with one of them won't necessarily work with another one. So I made a weave in my rings, because at this point I was making my own and hand cutting them. And then I ordered a bunch of colored rings off the ring lord to make a larger collar in, which I still have most of, because the combination didn't work in their rings. It was too tight. The aspect ratio was wrong. Going to keep hearing that word when we talk about chainmail, sadly. We will explain the math of it in another video. So yeah, that was the point when I started realizing the difference between the ring sizes. Most of them do actually list the inner diameter as well. So you should be able to get a pretty good gauge of whether the weave you want to work is going to work or not. But some of them do, some of them don't. Some of them name it. Some of them name them and size the mandrels. So they get the rods that you coil the rings around in exactly the right size, so that with spring back, the rings are precisely the size that they are named as. Some of them don't. I personally don't, because I don't have the money to get the mandrel specifically made. And shifting over to doing that when I'm already supplying rings in the sizes I'm currently supplying them in doesn't seem like it's going to be wonderfully popular, because people are then going to have to completely rethink what size rings they're getting. But yeah, you're probably tired of me blathering by this point, aren't you?
The dragon's growing.
The dragon's growing? Yeah. Hopefully the dragon, you reckon you get the dragon finished today? Or?
No, I haven't got the rings yet.
Ah, yeah, damn it, I knew there was something I hadn't bloody packed in the car. I have giant containers with all of my different ring sizes in them, and yeah. Well, with one thing or another, they didn't get packed.
No, they're not.
No? They're not tired of listening to me? Really? I'm tired of listening to me. Anything in particular you want to hear about? You want to channel my insanity in any particular path, or you're happy to just listen to me blather?
Well, I imagine he probably wants to know what orc god is going to wear what. Knowing this gentleman.
We have not figured out the costumes for the orc gods yet, but I'm sure that they will be wearing something fantastic.
Just as a side note, I'm creating a fantasy world, and that's one of the reasons. Yeah.
Yes. Owen and the guy that's posting here have been having very long and involved conversations about the history and the gods involved in this world and the different races and yes.
Metal spikes.
Metal spikes, all of the shiny things.
I was going to use cantaloupes.
Are they spiky?
Okay. Chocolate.
Thank you.
I wanted squishy bunnies, but you know. I figure if you cover your orc gods in squishy bunnies, when they get attacked, the bunnies explode and act like a blood squid.
Blood of the enemies.
Blood of the bunnies.
Blood of the bunnies.
So when I'm making a strap for the shirts,
Yeah.
do I?
Do you mind if I show people what you're working on?
No.
Cool. Okay. This is one of Harpy's first projects because she's proper crazy.
You like it?
This is the shirt.
This gonna be.
This is going to be the front. The other bit's going to be the back.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to figure out today, I don't know if you can tell by the giant pieces of chainmail, but she's been working on this for quite a while. So what we're going to be figuring out today is the straps. So what you generally do when you're starting to make a shirt, and a shirt there's more than just me and the frame, is you make the back piece, and then you make straps that come across, and then you make the front piece, and then you figure out whether or not it's long enough or not. So we're trying to figure out making the straps now, which is why she was asking me questions. And now that I've put her on the spot, I'm going to ask her what she was talking about because I can't remember.
I just want to know how I would make the straps. Like, do I make them like in the same length like this? Like, I don't know.
You make them so that they follow the same,
like
in the same direction.
same direction. So
Yeah.
yes, I will be going up this way.
Yeah.
Instead of continuing a huge line.
Do you mind if I show?
No.
Okay. When you are making a chainmail shirt, it is very important to make it this way round, not that way round. Okay? And the reasoning is, this is 4-in-1, so it doesn't
Two.
work quite as well.
6.
Thank you. 6-in-1, so it doesn't work quite as well as 4-in-1. But that is the direction in which the chainmail expands and contracts. If you try and expand and contract it that way, it doesn't work. So it hangs differently. And it won't fit. Part of the reason that chainmail shirts work in 4-in-1 is because it drapes and it expands and contracts on that axis. So if you make it on the wrong axis, it ain't gonna fit.
There's another reason.
What's that?
Hold it up. Hold it the correct way. Cool. Things slide off that. Hold it the other way. There's little
get
spiky
caught.
bits for swords to get caught on.
So basically, versus
What's the dragon? Drogon wants to know.
Drogon wants to know the dragon. Did you miss the dragon? It's not our fault if you missed the damn dragon. We were doing puppet shows with it and everything. This is Zephyra. She is the dragon. Hello, I am Zephyra. She is going to be attached to a chain, so she will sit like that. So she's similar to Harpy's dragon. You've seen Harpy's dragon. And then she's going to wrap around one arm. But at this point, she is too short, so she's going to be about 1.5 times again as long as that. So this is her tail, which has just been begun. And yeah, that's what Owen's currently working on. So that's the dragon. You happy with the dragon now? Can I put the dragon away?
Policy is I have plans for that dragon. I feel like I've never done chainmail. That's a jump in the deep end. I have plans for that dragon. I feel like, never done it before. So is that too big a project for a beginner?
Basically, what I would do if you were planning on doing a dragon is break it down into weaves. So this dragon involves multiple different weaves. This one is called Byzantine. So if you learn the weaves, you can then make the dragon. The tutorial for the dragon you can buy through the Ringlord. We have the right size rings. So if you would like to make a dragon, what we can do is you can get the tutorial. We will provide you with the rings. And if the tutorial doesn't make sense, we can always set up a workshop. So we can either workshop the dragon, so you can take the tutorial, work on the tutorial, and figure out where you're running into issues, and then we can workshop those problems, or we can set up multiple workshops where we show you the different weaves that you need to be able to make a dragon. This is actually something we encountered at Splore, because we had a couple of kids that were coming past and literally just holding the dragon and stroking the dragon and just could not put down the dragons. And they were quite keen on making the project themselves. So it's something that we can potentially set up as a dragon workshop that would come in multiple parts. I'd need to figure out a costing so that it covered all the different bits. But it depends on how you want to make it. And it depends on how much you want to take on at once. Because the tutorials that I've done from the Ringlord, they're really good. They're well written. And yep.
Oh no, sorry.
That's okay.
I've got some issues to pass on to you.
That's all good. Owen is currently typing away frantically, so thank you for the questions, but I'm just going to try and finish what the hell I was talking about before. But yeah, we can basically set it up so that we try and set things up, because if you start doing 3 different workshops for a dragon, it suddenly becomes a very expensive project. So I'm happy to set it up however is actually going to work for you. Okay?
Corey's going.
Bye. Yeah, happy to set it up however it works for you, but it's not impossible. It's basically just breaking it down to the composite parts. So if you want to, you can get the kit, you can get the rings, you can try it yourself. Okay. Yep.
Sorry. So the gentleman was asking about the dragon says, "Oh, I'll start with a 4-in-1 bracelet I bought from you then."
Good idea.
I'm Chris, but I'll be interested in that because I want the dragon.
Yep. That's Chris that we met down at the bend.
Right, cool.
Is that right? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the Chris that I am talking about.
NAS project's got to go. Reaver. We have a guy called person called Reaver. That's the cutest dragon I ever did see. Do you have glamour shots of that dragon? I have some designs and I have it in my children's stuffed teddy in my Dwarven campaign. I said, they're hard great fun to make, and no glamour shots
that
yet.
Would be awesome.
We can shoot some when we have a full rig.
Yes, we have a full rig and photographer friends and cameras and stuff, so I'm sure we can do
Yes, Chris of the Epic Beard.
Chris of the Epic Beard, yes. Hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. It's actually really nice to have people to talk to instead of me sitting here and talking to myself. No, the dragon is entirely feasible. What do you say?
Drogon thought he had a new girlfriend.
Aw. Drogon could have a new girlfriend.
My tech is a while to construct
very pretty.
Drogon's girlfriend, though, for that size.
Now I just want to make a giant scale dragon. You want to scale Drogon?
Yeah? Do you want to scale arm for Drogon? Reaver says huzzah.
Sorry. What does it say? Okay. 1 second. I have to take minutes.
Yes, giant dragon.
Oh my god, giant scary dragon. Yeah, I hate to say it. He'd be more of a pain in, well, she, if we're making Drogon's girlfriend, it would be a she, but she would be more of a pain in the ass to travel than Drogon. Do you know who we're talking about right now?
No.
Okay, I'm just going to show her photos of Drogon so she knows what the
Do you
hell
know
we're
Game of
talking about.
Thrones?
Have you seen Game of
Oh
Thrones?
God, do I say?
That's okay. You can
Well,
say no.
I've
if you
only seen
haven't
the first
it. It's
season.
fine. He hasn't seen it either.
Oh,
I refuse to
We're
watch
not
the
that
rest.
kind of nerd. Basically, some friends of ours have a giant dragon in their living room that they take to various events.
Yeah.
It's Drogon from Game of Thrones.
It's for sale if you want it.
Yes. So if you feel like having a giant dragon in your living room, then
Well, we're talking giant. It would fit in this room. Wouldn't fit through that door in height.
Oh wow.
Like it's a big thing, growls at you.
Wow.
It is
it
awesome.
has a motion sensor in it. So that when you move your hand past the mouth or when you walk past the mouth, because a lot of people are quite impressed when they see it and then they kind of lose respect for it and they're just like, oh, it's a giant steel dragon. Then they walk past the mouth and the mouth moves and it growls at you. But there's no way of replacing the battery. So it's getting kind of less and less enthusiastically growl. So you'll see people lose respect for it and then walk past it and it will move and growl and they'll just be like, oh God, did anyone else see that? Whereas before, at least you knew it was growling at you. But that's Drogon. I'm just finding photos of Drogon. The owners of Drogon are some friends of ours that make insanely cool
If
cosplay
you can,
outfits.
put the link into the
thread thingy.
because you're in as a guest, I think.
I think so. I need to find the photos first. Should find the sale thingy.
We could we could make a Drogon. We need to talk to Scott.
Ooh.
We'll get 3D. We'll get scales cut to the size we
Oh my
want.
God, that'd be awesome. We have a friend who usually comes to the Chainmaille things, but is busy this weekend. Sorry. That is Drogon.
Can you share the link?
I shall. If the photo is public, then I will share the link, yes.
It was listed for sale.
Yes, but I haven't found that link. I've
okay.
just found it in their photos. We have a friend that works at a CNC, with a CNC router at an acrylic place that has been making us scales. So we could potentially make dragon scales for Drogon.
It could be up to a foot in size.
See, I'm now wondering if Drogon is female and whether it's just one of those setups like with spiders where the female is like vastly bigger than the male.
Now there's a challenge from Divide Kiwi.
Yes.
I'm wondering, is Drogon gay?
Possibly.
There's a possibility.
There is.
Gotta be open to this.
I'm thinking maybe Drogon is the female and that male would actually be up for it. I don't know.
But whatever happens, we could potentially make giant scales.
Right.
Like giant scales.
Oh yeah.
I hadn't
Damn
thought of
you
that.
and your awesome ideas.
I like the. I hadn't thought of that. That.
Oh
Are you
no,
not
you
excited about
things
this
to make.
size scales?
He's so excited he dropped the dragon.
So if you are free later on today and you're around Tauranga, feel free to pop out. We're going to harvest some amaranth later on. You better take some home with you if you want. I mean,
That's
Drogon
true.
is a dragon. Drogon is whatever Drogon wants to be.
Damn right.
Who's going to argue?
Yeah, that was literally what I was going to say next. Who's going to argue with the dragon?
And he's in the garage currently sulking.
Can you please send us the link to the Saley Dragony thing because I can't find it and I'm currently
Divide
scrolling
Kiwi,
through
can
things.
you send a link to photos or something for those who haven't seen Drogon?
Yes. Don't get me wrong, I'm going through Cosplay Bay of Plenty right now and I'm seeing some really fun photos, but none of them of Drogon. I don't want to get lost in here for ages.
As you do, as you troll the internet.
Yes. Shiny distraction things. I've seen them taking Drogon to events. And they tend to transport him on the back of a trailer, strapped down. And yeah, they told me when they were going to the medieval event, nobody passed them on the way there. They ended up with a giant row of cars behind them because they actually had to go really carefully because he's breakable. And he was covered with things, but you know, you have to be nice to a sleeping dragon. You don't want him to wake up. And then, yeah, nobody passed them despite the fact that they were going so slowly because, again, don't want to wake the dragon.
Now I just want to sit there and have like a sleeping dragon on a big bowl, on a big pile of stuff on the back of a trailer, and then have a car written in Elvis script saying the One Rings rule them all and this sort of stuff, and drive it past them and go, ha ha, you can't see me.
That may have been one of the geekiest things you've ever said. And
I am-
that's saying something.
I am known to say that.
Yeah, you're known to say, I like it better when you don't talk.
Hi, Zoe.
Sorry. My niece came over for Christmas. My sister and her family came over for Christmas a couple of years ago. And Owen immediately became my niece's favorite person. First, she decided that he was now her boyfriend. Then, after I brought up the issue of the
Commute.
slight commute, she decided that we were going to have to learn to share him.
Well, she has had men inside them.
Oh.
You used to have a t-shirt in camera colours with big white letters that said, "Ha, now you can't see me."
Nice. But yeah, they were walking through the supermarket at one point, and he was being all chivalrous and gentlemanly and having her on his arm and escorting her through and basically being a bit of a dick, but very cute. And at some point, about halfway through, she turned to him and was like, I think I like it better when you don't talk. She has a habit of coming out with things like that. She's quite amazing. She's awesome.
I mean, she knows what she wants.
She does. She knows what she wants. She's not afraid to ask for it.
How old is she?
At that point, she was 11,
11, 12, something like that.
11, 12 maybe? Yeah. 11, 12, going on 20 something.
The funniest one I've had for sneaking up on people, I used to wear lots of chainmail and steel, and people said, you couldn't sneak up on me. So I walk up to them and go, boo, and they go, holy crap, where did you come from?
Yes. Chainmail. It's easier to sneak up than you think.
Yeah.
Having said that, I got to scale a stormtrooper at one point. A clone trooper, technically. He saw the Red Sonja piece that I did and asked me to get involved. He wanted to do a crossover clone trooper Thor, comic book Thor thing. So he ended up making a bunch of the pieces himself, so modding it, and had a giant cape, and gave me some of the pieces that he'd made, told me how much they cost, then gave them to me and said, drill holes in them, they probably won't break. It's one of the most nerve-wracking experiences of my life, but I got to rock around Armageddon with him for a day or two. Spread between years, but it was still epically fun, and I ended up nicknaming him the Jingly Stormtrooper because every time he took a step he jingled. Scale makes it hard to sneak up on people. Hard, but not impossible. You alright, babe?
Where is it on the website? Under custom pieces?
Which one? Yeah, custom pieces.
I learned how to sneak carrying a cash register tray in one job.
Ooh.
With all the loose coins.
That's impressive. That's a serious level of skill.
Big thing is just don't hide.
Yeah,
Hide in plain sight.
if you pretend you're allowed to be there, nobody will see you.
That's how I do it with the chainmail, with the armor. I just walked up to people and go, hi. And they're like, we didn't even hear you. It's like, well,
Stormtrooper.
you don't have to. If all there's so many other noises happening around the place that sound like chainmail.
Stormtrooper.
Stormtrooper.
Like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
stormtrooper, but with thought.
Yeah, he was named Trooper. I think our SCA heavies make more noise on plate than chainmail. Actually, yeah.
That would make sense.
Chainmail and plate is fun.
Chainmail and plate.
Well, I used to wear my chainmail shirt with my steel legs. So the chainmail shirt
Makes
was
fun noises, or yeah.
great
Yeah,
against
true.
the thighs.
Oh, it's been a full-on year so far. We have been doing many, many events, and it has been epically fun.
Our Roman Legionnaire clanks more than a Tin Man.
Yes, I can imagine.
How you keep time.
Jingle scales, jingle all the way. All the finest to rag with a mighty foes who slay. Hey.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, if you're involved with SCA, do you know the Big Fat Songbook? Reva, or whoever, if you're not,
Is it?
Yeah,
no,
Reba.
Apollo is one who's an
Apollo?
SCA.
Do you know the Big Fat SCA songbook? Owen has multiple copies. We have them. He
To
used to get
grazing
them out of
mice.
Nama.
Nope.
Um,
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
that's Reba.
Yeah, Reva, yeah, that's...
Is that who? Yeah.
sorry, we're losing track of who we're talking to.
Basically, it has a song called A Grazing Mace.
A grazing mace. We do a longsword class every Thursday, and for the Christmas get together, we had like a medieval camp at one of the farms. This guy lives out past Matamata and drives over here every Thursday to do longsword, so we figured it was worth going out and seeing him instead. And we did a medieval camp, and Owen took the songbook, and so everyone ended up sitting around and singing a grazing mace
I honestly
and
know the birthday dirge.
all the rest of it. Sorry, the birthday dirge. Do you know the birthday
No.
dirge, Owen?
The book I've got is probably over 20 years old.
There you go.
Good.
Looking good. It's getting
I'm a
on.
fan
It's
of
amazing
Maces
how
for
fast it
Faces.
grows when you're just having a conversation, huh?
The book also has a song called Leprosy done to yesterday.
Leprosy.
All your parts keep falling away from me.
So yeah, we're planning on doing more of it because it's fun.
What was the other one?
The Medici something? Medici's favourite things?
Why Medici?
Torturing kittens and...
These are a few of my favorite things.
Oh, that's it. Scotland's Depraved.
Yeah, Scotland's Depraved.
Yes.
Bring out my little brother, oh, I want another lover. Bring out the peanut butter.
This is a song.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
This is reenactors and stuff, they're crazy.
Owen's had these books for about 20 years. We used to get together at medieval
Maybe
events
10,
and
12.
everyone would get the songbooks out and sing them.
Yeah.
So it's all the words to songs that they know.
And it's remakes. So some of them are traditional, sort of. Some of them are older songs that are traditional, like Chularoon and things like that.
Yeah.
And some of the ones where you get in Irish pubs and that sort of stuff. Then they've remade them to The Wild Rover, I'll Never Be a Wild Rover. And they did one about the cricket umpire who was an ex-air commander who got killed in a dominatrix situation and thrown over a dam in the 1980s in New Zealand.
They have a very specific
movie about this
sense of
recently.
humour.
Oh.
The birthday dish is
What's
also
the
known as
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a cricket umpire, and he
Yeah.
got beaten by a dominatrix and
Yeah.
died. And they did dispose of the body, and so there's actually a song about that, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Birthday is known as the vulgar birthday song.
The vulgar
Am I allowed
birthday
to link for
song.
people to look at later?
Not vulgar.
I said
vulgar.
tie me up by the balls, not throw me over the falls or something.
Bye, De Wild. Wild's
We
going.
will see if we can
Hannah?
find it. Bye, De Wild. Thank you for coming in. We will talk to you about making a dragon once it's had time to fester. in
Sorry,
my
the
head.
song's got crass.
So sorry.
Vulgar birthday song.
The
As in
vulgar
vulgar,
birthday
VL instead of rough.
Okay. Ooh, that sounds intriguing. How filthy is it, and would we get in trouble if you posted the links?
Well, it's not vulgar, it's vulgar. It's Leviosa.
It's more the I know the directions that a lot of the songbooks that Owen has, the songs in Owen's songbook go in. And as much as we've put up that this is probably not child friendly, though we do child friendly events, we're just not for several hours at a
This
time.
isn't child targeted.
No.
Sorry, Hannah.
It's okay. Let's try not to scare too many people right off the bat.
Oh, he did ask a question. Am I allowed to link for people to look at later?
Yep, it depends on how filthy it is. If it's
May the cities in your wake burn like candles in your cake. I only know the first few verses. Happy to play it safe.
if it's basically about, I don't know, it's hard to figure out where to draw the line, because I know that my sense of humor, where it's not as extreme as some I've come across, is still a lot more extreme than some people. So do you want to send us the link and then we can add it on later once we've gone through it and kind of had a chance to think about it? Because as much as I'm kind of okay with who I am, I also don't feel like throwing it in people's faces too much. Besides, we can always do another thing where we actually get together and sing the songs from the songbook. Or we can potentially get you copies of the songs from the songbook if you want, because they are ones from SCA events that Owen used to go to.
Well, no, it was from, there was a person called Angel who was sharing it around the reenactment community, and you could get the books off them.
Where did she get them from? Do you know?
From the SCA.
Okay, so they are actually SCA books.
They were
So-
SCA songs that were then brought into reenactment.
So if we scan them, would we be able to?
Don't know.
Okay, we can look into it.
But we could probably share some of the songs.
Yeah. If you would like more random
You know
insane
Kerry?
things.
I think I know Angel. You probably told she's been around in SCA for years.
Shall I turn this so that he can see you? Because
No.
if he's no. It's all right. Nobody's supposed to be on camera in this one. You can tell me to turn the camera off you as well if you want.
I don't know.
Okay. It's all right. It's nice to have someone pretty on screen. Means all I have to do is be random and vaguely interesting. Eye candy pouch's already filled. How you going, Harvey?
I'm getting this here. Getting there.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm kind of an idiot.
Only charge 110 an hour.
Good to know. I'll budget you in for next time.
Why have I got 3 pliers? I've only got 2 hands.
It's a good question. I find the thing that I tend to do.
That was on Facebook.
Hi.
I don't know
Oh,
if
just
she's
send me
there.
your message.
I don't know if she's on.
You don't know if she's
That
on?
was on Facebook.
Okay. Hi, Storm, if you're on. If you're not, then that's okay. But hi, Storm, if you're on. I missed you. What I tend to do with my pliers is I will be sitting, I will not move, I will put down, because I don't know if you've noticed, but with these ones, I'm switching between my big pliers and my blues, because I use my blues to line the ring up that way. But I'll switch between them. I'll put my plier down, I won't move an inch, and I will lose my bloody pliers. I will not be able to find them until I get up, and then they will fall out of a fold in my pants or some other dimension. I don't know where the hell they go.
Yeah.
But I am like the queen of losing my pliers without moving an inch. It is insane. I don't know how I do it.
I do the same thing, but it's with pens and pencils.
Yeah.
I put them down, and suddenly they just disappear.
Yeah. And you haven't moved at all.
You need a plier lanyard.
I do. I need a plier lanyard. The other thing that I really want to get, I want to get our friends from Wild Heart Workshops to make me one, is I need a belt that I can wear at events that I can just slot my pliers into, because I can pretty much guarantee whenever I'm fitting anyone at an event that I will put my pliers down, and then during the course of the fitting I will end up too far away to be able to reach my pliers to close whatever I'm trying to close.
MonkeySpace. Or pliers.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like a builder's belt.
Exactly like a builder's belt. Just with slightly more weirdly shaped pockets. All right. See what I mean about occasionally yeah. You have to be doing it for a while to punch yourself really badly, but I know that, sorry, this is a continuation of a conversation we had before. Going over different kinds of pliers and which ones different people like and how many combinations there actually are. The pliers that Owen uses are called chisel nose pliers. They're Xerons and we actually stock them. They're really, really pretty, but they're also really, really pointy. So they're pointy that way, but they're also pointy that way. So they're shaped like that. And they're great when it comes to getting into really, really small spaces.
Yeah, but the problem is if you're working like this. Can you see me? You're working like this, right? But if you push too hard, come back there.
There you go, you're in focus even.
And like,
if you push too hard and you
then it goes like
then
that.
you stab yourself.
So you can see a couple of
stabbing yourself with a tiny, tiny knife. And me personally, like the amount of damage I've done to myself just hitting myself with those is one thing. I don't really want to put tiny knives in my hands. And I can get into the spaces I need to with these ones. I do like those ones for how much better they are at getting into tiny spaces. I just also know that I'm kind of clumsy and I don't want to risk it. But yeah, that was Jackie's first experience with slipping slightly on the rings and almost stabbing herself. Because the first time I tend to say to people, when you stab yourself with your pliers, they look at me like I'm insane. Because it's not something you think about doing when you first pick your pliers up. You don't really get your head around how it could happen.
If I've learned anything from model crafts, side snips and scalpel blades are freaking sharp.
Oh yeah. I was cutting something about 6 years ago now, and I managed to cut the side of one of my fingers off. Thankfully, I was doing it with a scalpel, so it was a nice clean cut. But yeah, it does tend to put a slight kink in anything else you planned on doing that day. Yeah. Safety first, kids. Woo! That was from the strap for the bra that we ended up not using, but I might hang on to it because I can add it onto the side of it.
Those are 10mm black rings, aren't they?
Yes. Can I steal? What do you need?
I'm out of black rings.
You're out of the 10mm machine cut black rings?
Saw cut.
Right. I don't have any saw cut on me,
No,
but I have machine cut.
That's okay. I will hold off.
This is a problem of not bringing the giant box of rings. Doesn't matter how many rings you bring, the ones that you need are always going to be in the container.
The super glue already on my finger from parts usually holds the cuts closed.
That is actually what it was originally designed for.
One of the uses for it.
One of the uses for it. One of the original uses was for closing battlefield wounds.
I'm assuming that's how that goes on.
That's exactly how that can go on you. That's the way that it works.
Several different.
There are. One of the things, okay, this box chain. Is that going to work? Is that actually going to help it focus? Maybe. Basically, what has happened here is those two sides have actually flipped
I'm
up.
just inquisitive.
So what you can do is go through the middle of those two, like thread that ring through the middle of those two, and then it holds the shape of the weave right to the end of the chain.
Stopped.
So try doing that. If you take it off, I can show you kind of how to hold it. But then you do the same thing on the other side, and you have an extra big loop to kind of hook it through, or you can just loop it through the last two rings in the chain. There you go. Ooh, yes.
If you ever come to any chainmail events, usually when people are showing each other stuff, it's a chorus of oohs.
So I'm guessing the pliers aren't teeth, so they don't scratch the rings, but that also lets them slip occasionally. It makes them slip heaps when you're starting.
It does let them slip heaps when you're starting, which is why I start people with aluminium. You can use toothed pliers. We used to, before I actually became a distributor for Beatsmith, we used to mod pliers so they kind of half had teeth, half didn't. But it does make a difference in terms of how hard you can grip. That's the more of the scale.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, these are new plastic scales that I was getting in for Splore. They're holographic. I kind of like them because of the pretty colors, and I kind of am in two minds about them because we ended up one of the plastic boxes ended up being in the sun for quite a long time, and a whole bunch of the scales sort of semi-melted, so they stopped being shiny and started being kind of crispy. So I'm not sure whether I'm going to be bringing more of them in. I kind of like the idea and I kind of don't. I like the idea of having them, but I also I tend to prefer trying to make stuff that's going to last for a long time. And as much as you can kind of give a disclaimer with those, it's how fast they seemed to actually tarnish, and the coating on them doesn't really stay either. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that.
The big test would be how they are long-term wearing in the sun.
Yeah. So I've made up masks in both these and the gold scales that I've been working with. And we're going to basically troubleshoot them and make sure that they're going to last before we order a whole bunch more. But they are super pretty. And I'm tempted, like, even if I don't bring them in or use them long-term myself for projects, I'm tempted to kind of have them in stock and just have a disclaimer saying, this is the stuff you need to not do with this product. This is what it's actually going to do. Because the problem when it comes to buying stuff like this blind is you don't know what kind of heat resistance it has or anything like that. Makes it tricky, but it's part of the fun of it. Nice. You see the difference it kind of gives to the weave? And you can do it either way. There's not really, so one fun thing with chainmail, there's not really a right or wrong way to do it. There's just the one that you prefer or the one that looks more, my brain has given me the word sleek. It's not the one that I'm looking for, but it seems to kind of sum it up. It just looks more kind of together.
Yeah.
Nice. It's looking good though. You happy with it?
Very happy.
You should be.
Yeah, once you finish that piece, then it all goes downhill. Suddenly you want to make a shirt and then
Uphill. It's a
uphill.
positive thing.
Tablecloth.
Oh my God, tablecloth.
But apparently, I think it's in Melbourne or something, they've actually got, I was talking to someone, I haven't seen much about it. They have a chainmail film screen for outside.
Yeah.
Like, it's big enough for an outdoor projector movie screen, like a drive-in theatre movie screen on top of the building, but it's made out of chainmail because it reflects enough you can see it, but also the wind blows through it without tearing it to pieces. ANZ Bank in Bethlehem uses chainmail as their curtains between their offices.
Yeah. First
Go and have
time
a
we
look,
went
it's
in there,
plastic.
we were like,
Great idea.
what was I going to look
It's
for?
appearing everywhere right now.
Steampunk Garage actually has a pretty epic scale front piece for their table. I've been thinking of doing something similar for our display. Not the same design, but like a front piece of chainmail that goes on the front of the table, because there's not really any other way of showing the distinctiveness of it. I'll add a link up on the stream as well. This is Steampunk Garage. They're total badass. But that's the Forbidden Eye pendant, I think. So that's one of the ones I've been thinking of getting in. Are there any photos of the event? See? Giant scaly thing.
Wow,
How cool is that? Right, I'm going to share it now.
I got told to make a chainmail Aventail for the bowler hat I finished.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that would be
Oh my God,
nasty
do
though.
it. That would be epic. Why would that
What's
be
the bowler hat
nasty?
made out of? Because think of all that weight on the brim.
Even in aluminium? And I'd potentially attach it to the underside of it.
It would look really, really nice.
It would
but
do.
it would, if it's only a felt
Are
or a
you
leather
wanting
hat,
it to be functional? And yeah, what quality is the bowler hat? Because the old school, like proper ones, would have enough structure to actually support it. But a lot of the ones that I've seen, you'd end up with a very saggy looking hat. It would
And
not
turning
look
your head gets fun.
particularly.
It's already heavy. It's a 3.5 millimeter thick leather.
Okay, yeah, that would be able to tolerate it actually. That leather.
Dragon you shot. Yeah, it'd be great to see.
It'd be worth trying.
Do it. Share a photo.
The other thing that you can potentially experiment with is, okay, as an example, this is 10 mil 16 gauge rings as a 6-in-1. If you did this, but as a 4-in-1, it would give you less density, but it would also be lighter. Or if you did 8 mil rings in 16 gauge as a 4-in-1, it would give you a similar density, but would potentially be lighter than this. I don't have weights for all of them in my head, but there's ways you can play around. If you don't need it to be functional, if you don't need it to actually be protective, there's ways you can play around with the combination of rings that you use and the look that you want to get to make something that's lighter and doesn't necessarily pull your hat apart. That would be cool. I kind of want to see that now. Oh,
this would support it.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Somebody has confidence in their awesome leather bowler hat. I'm trying to get a link to this thing, but I cannot figure out.
4-in-1, I think it's the bracelet kit I got from you, so that will give me an idea.
The bracelet kit you got was kinged 4-in-1, yeah?
Each ring's been doubled as kinged.
Yes. Sorry, kinged means each ring has been doubled. I think from memory, the one that I sent you was the kinged 4-in-1. Those rings are 18 gauge. If you try and make it in that, see, that and 4-in-1 would actually work, but it would take a long time.
That and single 4-in-1.
All right, I'm just gonna see if I can copy this photo and paste it because it has Steampunk Garage's
logo.
Yeah, it's got their branding all over it, so it's not like I'm trying to actually say it was mine.
It is the king one.
Cool. That might work. Those rings might work in a 4-in-1. I think the 6-in-1 would be quite heavy, and it also wouldn't move wonderfully well. It'd still move, but hang on,
It'll be very dense.
yeah, be serious.
Most armor was 4-in-1.
The only reason why I put 6-in-1 because I thought it looked a little more. I can't.
Dense.
Yeah, denser. Yeah.
You're weirdly obsessive.
We have another
In the
guy,
nicest
Red Roy,
possible
who's done a 6-in-1 shirt. Don't know where he's
Yeah.
up to it these days, but
No.
Yeah,
He kind of got to
steel.
the point of doing out of aluminium.
Okay.
He got to the point of doing the arms. He's got the shoulders on, but he was having some issues with the armholes.
Mhm.
Okay, just to give you a reference, this is 6-in-1. That's 4-in-1 in the same ring size. So the amount of flexibility that you get, what do you say, is very different when it comes to 4-in-1 from 6-in-1. This will actually roll up entirely and shifts and moves, and so therefore, if it's hanging off your hat, you'll get more of an effect if you're turning, whereas this one is more of a kind of actual sheet.
okay. We've already joked if I'd hardened the crown of my hat, I could double as an offhand buckler in a pinch.
Ooh. I'm trying to figure out if adding the chainmail to it would make it.
Cane fighting.
But it's yeah.
Ooh, yes. Okay. We have a medieval longsword group on Thursdays where we look at medieval manuscripts for longsword fighting and analyze the fighting styles and learn about them. One of the manuscripts that we want to go over involves cane fighting. So basically walking stick fighting, which is something that we want to eventually take to steampunk events because for some reason we think it will go over quite well. So once we start working our way through your manuscript, we can teach you some stuff. And then you can have your hat buckler and beat people with your cane. But not actually.
Longsword and
not
bowler.
condone violence.
Actually, technically, longsword and bowler might even make it into one of the tournaments for open weapons.
Longsword and bowler?
Or rapier and bowler.
Rapier and bowler hat.
trying to imagine how you'd hold it, because with a bracer you have the grip across it, don't you? That you actually
For a
hold.
buckler?
Yeah, for a buckler.
Well,
Yeah,
first off,
you
you're
can do
walking
that.
like this. You'll have the
Yeah.
headphone and then.
I'm trying to figure out if you had a bit of elastic or something, whether that would actually work for holding it. Because you need to have something to actually grip it with. We have strange brains, don't we? I'm both glad that we have aircon going here.
Ooh.
and
I've read the illegal longsword. I thought mostly, no, I don't pronounce that word. Learning other
Maya.
styles now.
Maya, nice. So have you done any Maya with
MEI, I've done a
Maya
little
or
bit of
Maya?
that. Maya. They're both pretty much said the same.
They're both the same. Okay, cool. All right, I'm
Learning
posting
other
the
stuff
link
now.
to the awesome table front piece thing that Steampunk Garage uses on our Facebook page stream, not on the YouTube stream, just to be confusing, because I want to be. So there.
Straps on the inside of the skull cap are used for both suspension of the head and as a handle when strained. When clutched together, it wouldn't be the strongest but viable. Yeah, it would be.
See, this is the reason that you ended up on the stream, because you have the same kind of strange brain that we do. That is a compliment, by the way. How you going?
I might have to.
That's
Dash
okay.
off.
You said you were going to have to leave about an hour and a half ago. So, okay. Where did the Epos machine end up on?
Over the.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I can potentially English you or something. I just need to find my phone. Phone. There's my phone. Okay. Did you want to grab pliers, or do you feel like you have a good feel for what to look for in pliers you've got at home?
Yeah, I think I might have it.
Because there's a good chance you'll have something you'll be able to use.
Yeah, in my
And
pink girly DIY kit.
totally, because girl stuff has to be pink. Otherwise, what's the point?
Actually, charge more.
Charge more for the pretty colours.
Yeah, the pink tax in America. And probably not just America, but.
It's very written. Oh, they're coming out the bottom.
No.
It should be sealed. It may have just escaped. Yeah, this is why I'm changing the boxes. So I'm hunting for an alternative at this point.
Okay.
Can you switch that to you for now,
Oh, Harvey.
Huh? Happy, you are now on camera.
Hi.
You have no choice.
It's delayed.
No, yeah.
Hannah,
Yeah.
you're still on the screen.
Dancing.
No, no.
Yeah, you can't see.
You're currently looking at your phone. I'm about to move it in a second.
Dancing, but you can't see.
So glad you didn't catch me going like.
Do it now.
No, but we did now.
You can just do a bank transfer if that's easy. I'll find the account number if you want.
Oh, no, it's all done now, so I'll just use my
Standing skull cap down and along the line of the helm, have the edges.
Wow.
I can't pronounce the word.
That's pretty cool, huh?
The edge is particularly thin, so it is still wearable and accepted as a sacrificial defense, but still able to deflect or even bind. Nice.
So account goes in there. Pen goes in there. Pretty nifty here.
The pink thing is also funny, given it's historically wrong.
Thank you so much for coming.
Oh, no, thank you for
I
What's
hope
the
you
third
enjoyed
floor?
it.
What?
Cheers,
Sorry?
Rich. That's all good.
Pink thing.
Pink thing.
Yeah. We were talking about the pink. We were talking about the pink pliers and pink.
If you want to come
okay.
next time, please let me know. If I can steal your packet thing and I find a pen, which might be challenging, then there we go. What I'm going to do is write the name of a website on here. It's called Male Artisans. They have a whole, it's a database of chainmail weaves, basically. So they have photos of all of them, they have tutorials for some of them. So you can search through the weaves, and if you would message me potentially and remind me when you finished that, remind me which kit you got, I'll send you the aspect ratio for those rings. then you can plug it into Male Artisans, and they will let you know what
I
other
really
loops
want
you
to
can
do
learn with that aspect. With those
not
rings.
rapier.
It's a really useful resource. but
Cane
it's
and
not
bowler.
fantastically user friendly.
Like I just can't
It's
stop
not
thinking about
brilliant.
it.
I don't think Buritsu, I don't know Buritsu very well, but I don't know if there's actually anything to do with a shield or anything of Buritsu.
So not much to complain about really. But
My understanding is very
you should
defensive
look at
martial
how
art
much
from
you've done.
being
And it's
mugged.
amazing how much you can get done just while you're talking to people. And
Yeah.
like what it's the
Oh, yeah,
difficult
later on,
part is that first bit of figuring out
Yeah.
how the hell it's supposed to look.
Was
Yeah.
that what
But
he
once
was
you've got your head
training?
around that, it's
What?
No, he's doing my MEYER, I think.
well enough.
Yeah.
to
Okay.
I
let
think it's the same
it
person,
not
it's
shut.
just a different spelling.
So I'm going to give you that separately. Cool. But yeah, if you find a weave on Male Artisans that doesn't
I'm a
work
Lich now
yet,
and
or
MS
you
Best
start trying to
currently.
learn and then can't
Or Cornerfic book.
finish, message me. We can
That's us,
potentially
right?
set up a workshop.
We're going over Lich now actually, the
I'm
recital.
happy to do them for specific weaves.
Yeah.
I'm
Done
basically
a little bit
doing
of the
them around
Cornerfic
the
book.
kit at the moment because I know that I have written instructions you can take away. So if we don't get through it in the hour,
Yeah.
there's instructions for you to follow afterwards.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to set them up if you find a tutorial online you want to do and you start doing it but you can't figure it out. We can either do like a half-hour
Yeah,
top-up thing.
it's annoying
so
though
I can come in
that
and
there is
troubleshoot
Meyer
it.
and
Right,
Mayer.
I got up to this point, but I
Both
can't
are
figure out
said
why this
technically the
isn't working.
same.
Happy to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it doesn't have to cost the same amount every single time. This is basically for the intensive thing.
Yeah.
And once I start getting to the point where I have multiple people coming along to the workshops, I'll be able to reduce the cost. It's just kind of going, I'm trying to price them so that if only one person shows up, it's not an issue. That makes sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you very
have
much.
I don't know how long you wanted to fight with it.
fun.
You've been
I
great.
may not be able to get a hatter for a while.
I'm really glad you came.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, you too, guys.
Hopefully
See you next month.
Oh, do you
Cool.
want to see a visitor's book?
Okay.
It's a visitor's book for the place, so.
Yeah.
And we can take you on a tour next time as well.
Okay.
You kind of run out of time to do that, but we're going to be doing a harvest circle later on today. And then generally, every time we come here, we go away with a giant box.
Oh, wow.
One of our guys is a rapier leader, Gladius. I'm tempted to save and get to the same place to make a rapier legal Viking sword.
I think it's just in there, so-
Interesting.
This is just a cool thing. Oh, yeah. That was the best. It is, yes. I was going to say, that's kind of the reason we're doing this, because we can't see the children.
Great on your own rings.
Now, I have some of the stuff that I have on the website at the moment, but I'm working on transitioning to the new website. So I've been putting most of the new stuff up on that side. But here are some of the scales that we have.
Oh.
That's right. That's right. Just come on. So we have tiny scales, which are quite fun.
Yeah.
Then we have small scales and large scales, and we have the split rings to go with them, or we can show you the ring size of the aluminium rings to use.
Right.
And then we're getting in a whole bunch of cogs and things for steam hookers. We're getting in purse cogs, because I've started making little purses. Recently, that's good. I knew there was something we didn't bloody get out. And I had more clasps of those as well as had lots of like this. Things like this.
The first shirt I made, I decided to try and keep the shoulders so they'll run that way. So it deflect off down the shoulder.
Oh, okay.
Bad idea.
And the base of that, same way with it. So the limit
Did you just
is pretty much
keep getting
The shoulder expands.
uh
Expands down that way.
yeah.
Buckler hat is a good name.
There's so much stuff you can do. So yeah, I'm getting in purse clasps because it's going to be popular. I have lobster clasps, I've got garment clips that are just in, because I'm doing skirt hitches for steampunk stuff.
Okay.
So if you need to clip your skirt up,
Yeah.
you can do that with the cardigan kind of attachments and stuff. I'm trying to get in a range of good clasps that are good for working
Oh, it's only
with
3 o'clock.
We're getting in more earring hooks.
Oh, geez.
So if you want to
Been a
start
couple hours already.
stainless steel. because I react when they're going to have all the pliers, we have chainmail books, we're going to be bringing in more of those, and I'll have them up on the website. So
Be gone, scoundrel. At least I see to you with my bucket hat. Wait,
Buckler hat.
buckler hat.
But we will be getting more.
Crack up. Now we need a buckler hat. Like, we have to take.
No, that's someone who's
buckler
looking to
hat.
make one.
Can we borrow yours, Apollo SZ?
We got some thick enough to do. We can make
Chris.
one.
It seems to cover it pretty well. That one's been the one thing that's been there for about 10 years. Even when it was just me making stuff and stuff. But yeah.
Or you can use. Oh no, I don't want to use my train conductor hat. It's too pretty.
Nice to meet you.
And of course, all the scoundrels probably start sharpening their steel within the felted brim.
Can you imagine that, just having a hat? You okay?
Mhm.
Making sense of different. Thanks. You have a great day. Thanks so much for coming. See ya.
So we have a new weapon being developed right now, or defensive technique.
We have
The buckler hat.
the buckler hat. The buckler bullet. It does sound like he's had a fair amount, been thinking about it for a while.
Oh no, they're bouncing off each other now.
Oh, who are bouncing off each other now?
Um,
The two that are talking in the
Reaver
street?
and Apollo
Excellent. What?
are developing a better system.
Let's bring all of the people that like random weird stuff and making things into weapons together.
Oh yeah, we've still yet to develop Corey's multi-pummeled sword.
Multi-pommeled?
Yeah.
What, does he want to be able to do a murder
Why-
stroke over and over again, or what?
No, he wants to be able to like use one pommel as a chuckle, like a throwable.
You can.
Right.
You just make it as a pommel that the end screws off, but the main weight stays on.
Mm.
Okay. Should we rotate the camera so that Huffy doesn't have to be on camera if she doesn't want to be?
If you want to,
Okay.
I don't mind.
Sorry, guys, you get me again.
Why not both?
No, there's it over there.
I'll move the chainmail off the counter if you want to come over and be on camera. It needs to be a voluntary thing.
You don't need to have a little.
All right, there's a comment saying
What is the comment?
Reaver and I are bad influences on each other. It seems bad or good, and the other one's why not? Why not
Definitely
both?
good. Well, yeah,
Why not
it
both?
can be both. Why stop at just one? I mean, if you describe yourselves as being bad influences on each other, technically I'm being a bad influence on everybody because I'm trying to make them think of more chainmail things they can make.
You're facilitating it.
Yes. And facilitating a weird obsession.
You're an enabler.
Yes, definitely. I'm enabling all of the shiny things. And I can't find my rings.
I can't find my ring, so now I'm there too.
There they are. Oh. Did you just stab yourself with something?
The table stabbed me.
Oh. That's weird.
With the what's it called? Wooden
Splinter?
pokey. Yeah.
The wooden pokey thing. It got me. Not the pokey thing. The pokey stabbies. The casual briefcase of chainmail.
We should really get a violin
I
case
kind of
though.
want to engrave it now. The
No, we need
casual briefcase of
We need to
chainmail.
get one and fill it with chainmail. It's a violin case.
That would work.
Or a guitar case, and we can be desperado chainmailers.
Yes. Except then we have to figure out some way of firing the chainmail out of the guitar case.
Well, no, because he had, as he popped it open, just pulled out the chainmail. You have one that fires rocket launchers and one that uses a machine gun. So I'm pretty sure we can now build an air compression cannon and fire rings at people. Or we could just get like a t-shirt cannon and then just shove like the chainmail shirts and then fire them out of people.
Those would be deadly.
We're walking around making guns out of silk.
Yeah, okay, fair point, but still, those would be deadly. Something tells me that may cause issues going through the metal detectors at customs for you in both lanes on each side. Yeah, probably. My mum broke her collarbone at one point, and the first time we ended up going through customs after she'd finished breaking her collarbone, when she had a steel plate in her shoulder, when the metal detector went off, we all cheered, and they didn't quite know what to do with us. So we'd had long conversations before about whether or not it would go off, because if it's surgical steel, a lot of the time it doesn't.
It's earth or demagnetized.
Yeah.
Like my knees don't set it off.
When t-shirt cannons go bad. Bad or good?
I want to see that in super slow motion.
Oh my
Firing
god!
a t-shirt, chainmail shirt out of a t-shirt cannon.
That would be so funny. Seeing it like
Air cannon, t-shirt, chainmail shirt, watermelon.
Oh my god. Okay, I don't know if you guys have seen the slow-mo guys. They're a YouTube channel which is immensely fun to watch if you like the idea of things like fire in slow motion or epically cool camera equipment.
Maltesers
that
taking
can
out
do
watermelons.
ridiculously cool stuff. Yeah, to celebrate Maltesers reaching America, they did a... Come on, brain. Sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things at once, and apparently I can't. They did a promotional thing where they got sent several buckets of Maltesers, and they made an air cannon that fired Maltesers, and then they fired them at things like ping pong paddles and watermelons and panes of glass. It was epic and fun to watch, and we watch a lot of their stuff, but we also kind of like the idea of shooting chainmail in slow motion. Yep.
The power needed to launch it, it would sound so intimidating. And I know slow-mo guys.
Yes. We've kind of been trying to come up with things that they might want to play with in terms of what chainmail can do in slow motion. Like I made Owen a tie. If you've been to an event of mine, you've probably seen it because it usually ends up on the table and he never gets to wear it because it moves in very fun ways. But I kind of like the idea of shooting that in slow-mo. I don't know if it actually needs to be slow motion though. I also just need to take videos of it and stick it somewhere because it's cool. But we've been trying to come up with things to offer them to shoot in slow motion. We've done a video at some point that we're going to be posting at some point that we need to kind of finish putting together. I need to get some outside eyes on it because I've been staring at it for too long. Basically, I keep getting asked what people should make chainmail shirts in, and unfortunately, it very much depends on what the hell you want to do with it. Like those air launch nets with weights to help it spread out, but with chainmail, ooh, that would be cool. I wonder if you could get it in a fine enough mesh, especially if you use butcher's chain, the stuff that's actually welded together, and you fired it like that, whether you could get it going fast enough that it would hit the watermelon and just go straight through.
Yes, you
could. And actually slice it, that'd be epic.
With a big enough thing, you could.
That would be awesome. Chainmail is air permeable and relatively high mass. You may need to take the grape shot and real cannon's approach of hefty wadding behind the chainmail shirt. I don't know, but I think we should try.
Sold.
Sold, yes, let's do it. So yeah, we could potentially... We did a video basically where I made a piece of aluminium, a piece of stainless steel, and a piece of spring steel. So spring steel is the stuff that they generally use for reenactment shirts. Perhaps stuffing the cannon with a t-shirt could work? Again, let's try it. And we basically filmed us beating the crap out of them with
that is
a falchion and a axe. So at some point that's going to go up, and it's basically going to be a matter of how much protection do you need and how much do you care about weight, because aluminium does not protect you at all, and spring steel will. But again, yeah, Thomas actually got pissed off with the spring steel. He hit it once with the axe and it hit his hands. So he went and got his granddad's blacksmithing hammers and ended up getting through it with a spike. It worked. But yeah, he was pissed. Reva says, and a smaller medical bill. Oh, hang on. So a t-shirt cannon that launches a chain shirt and a normal shirt. One person has a really good day, the other gets a plain t-shirt.
And then we would
and a smaller medical bill.
You would like a first aid kit in between them.
Go big or go home. Exactly. Go big or go home. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it at the proper level.
Okay, and I would just mention as well, not only chainmail shirt, but scale mail shirt as well.
Scale mail shirt would be interesting. I do kind of like the...
because if you can imagine
oh, God.
Goes, but then it spreads and then goes like a spinning blade.
I kind of want to see how it would move. Because it would depend on how it was rolled or folded or whatever as well. Yeah.
So you can't exactly fold it up and then hope it goes like that.
Yeah. It has to actually, like, it has to come out with the right angle to kind of spread out into a shirt shape, or Whether it's going to stay in a ball or you're making my brain do fun things. Damn.
Like, I just can't stop thinking about it. Like, it's sure it's either gonna hug you or it's gonna cut you in half.
I probably wouldn't fire it at a person. Because even if it, I don't know if it would hug you or cut you in half. Either way, you're going to get hit with a lot of metal. And it would have to be one of the proper riveted shirts as well. Otherwise, it would explode.
Oh, true.
No.
Slightly. No? You want it to explode?
Chainmail wrapped watermelon.
But then you just got a shotgun. Oh. Oh.
And then drop it.
I mean, it would hold it together.
Look at the bits
It'll
of red
be
fleshy,
juicy.
juicy stuff.
No,
falling
yeah,
out
it'll just
from
be
it.
juicy as hell. It's like
Hang on,
the
we have more
juiciest
comments.
cannonball ever.
Scale mail shirt from a cannon seems like a highly complicated method of producing grape shot. You're right. Certainly pretty before it blinds everyone down range, though. And I feel like if we're adding rifling to a t-shirt cannon, we need to step back for a bit. Rifling, scale, stabilized, discarding, sabo, S-A-B-O-T? Sabot.
They used it as like was it anti-tank rounding?
Yeah.
I think Sabot rounds were the ones that had the casing around it and it breaks away and the small pellet goes fine. I
Yeah.
think. I'm probably wrong, but please
Hence
correct
why we would
me.
need to rivet shirts or use welded mail, because most of the budded stuff would just implode. And then you just have bits of metal in your watermelon, which would not be good.
Depleted uranium chainmail.
You just want watermelon?
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's kind of lucky that he's cutting up watermelon. You're going to get to have watermelon. This is the one issue about being at MonkeySpace virtually rather than being at MonkeySpace actually, because generally we have incredibly tasty stuff that Owen makes. He does cookies, he does brownies, he's done cake. What else have you done for these? Vast amounts of tasty things. And we usually have fruit of some kind. So while we're talking about attacking watermelon with chainmail, Owen is also cutting up watermelon.
But now I can't get the image
Apollo
of it.
SZ says, yes, correct. Discarding Sabot round with small, high-density ammo with a shroud to fit the cannon barrel.
Yeah. We've talked about basically you're propelling a small propel. Small shell can only have so much power behind it, so much powder. Increase the amount of powder behind it by giving it something bigger behind it.
Yep.
It then falls away, so the pellet is traveling with the force of the large propellant with less air resistance for a greater velocity.
Nice.
I think that's the principle.
Reva said, perhaps a t-shirt. Apollo SZ said, for when you wanted to kill the tank and the tank behind it.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Can you see the giant watermelon? Look at the watermelon. Ha, now we get watermelon.
Holy heck, those are big pieces.
Owen tends to go for
I mean, great.
Yeah.
Well, part of the problem is this watermelon would do me in 1 day or 2 days.
Owen will eat watermelon. So people wouldn't eat a smaller watermelon. Owen, do we have any more of those containers that Harpy could put under on her lap so she doesn't leak watermelon everywhere? There you go.
A big trough for me.
Yes. It's alright, I might steal it when I am.
Yeah.
We have brownie as well. I think Jackie really enjoyed that. I'm very glad she got in touch. Oh, I'm very glad we managed. Where is it?
You didn't know this, but this is also an ASMR live stream as well. So you get to hear all the jingling and the juicy watermelon
All of
noises.
the chewing.
I should just come closer and go.
We do try to have like the full experience.
Okay, let's not gross people out. We've had things for, what was it, the tag we used to use? We used to do chainmail stuff with.
Damn, you go.
For all the
Are there any napkins or anything over there?
I'm
Bev?
just trying to find some paper now.
Okay, cool. Don't worry, Happy. It's happening.
Because I'm trying to, I've got a thing down.
Sorry for those that have an issue with chewing or squishy noises.
Yeah, sorry.
We shall try to be slightly quiet.
Is that scented, Hannah?
That's okay. Tough.
The trick is not to get.
So to ask a craft relevant question for a second, boring I know, totally. Is it easy to use 2 pliers to line up the ring when you close it, or 1 plier and close it over both ends of the ring?
You're actually talking about chainmail now.
Oh my god, what the hell? Basically, Definitely easier to use 2 pliers. My brain's trying to figure out what you mean by using 2 pliers to close both ends of the ring. Pretty much you set it up like, it's like knitting but with pliers instead of knitting needles. And having one, if you're just trying to close both sides, because of the angle that the ring is usually on, these are steel rings, not aluminium, so it doesn't work quite the same way. But if you just close the pliers over the ring, there's going to be a different amount of pressure from the part that's closer to the handle from the part that's further away from the handle, unless you can get the parallel closing pliers that close with equal force along the jaws, which tends to not be what we use, but we can get them. I haven't tried it yet. What you're trying to do with the rings is you're not trying to shift them that way. You're actually trying to cross them over a little bit because of spring back, you want to overlap them so that when they spring back from where you leave them, they end up touching rather than with a gap. I've seen people try and kind of join them that way just by pushing, and then they get surprised by every time they release, they spring back. So we generally try and set it up so that when you, I'm going to show you with this because you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing with my hands, so that when you close them, you're not doing it like that. You're trying to do that so that when they come back together, there's a little bit of an overlap, and when they ping back, they end up touching. Because if you bring them to there, when they spring back, there's always going to be a gap.
Or
does that make sense?
What he's talking about is if you just basically crush it between one plier.
Yeah.
And then that won't actually spring back to the metal, even if they're lined up, will push them that way.
Yes.
Oh.
And also, because of the distance, the difference in the tension between the parts of the plier, it's not actually going to line up anyway. But you also don't account for the crossing the pliers over, because part of the issue with cutting rings and part of the issue I found with saw cutting them or with clipper cutting them is it warps the ring slightly, so there is a gap. So you need to remove that gap, either the part that you made from putting the clippers in between the bits of metal, it pushes the edges apart, or the saw blade that you're using, it's going to have some kind of thickness. There is no way of using a saw blade that has 0 thickness. There's definitely no way of finding one that would actually deal with stainless steel. So you need to counteract the amount of ring that has been taken out by the saw blade passing through it, or the clippers going through it, before you will actually be able to line it up properly. And that's not something you can do just by kind of crushing it between your pliers. If you have larger pliers, so like these ones, and larger rings, and you're not too worried about closures, I know I'm really particular about my closures. So if you're not too worried about having really solid closures, then you could probably get away with it. But one of the things that the non-solid closures will do, hang on, we have a comment. Yes, that makes sense. I've only ever held finished mail, so I'm not kidding when I say I'm totally new. That's okay. That's how I started as well. It's how everyone starts. It's one of the reasons that I do workshops, because a lot of the stuff that people encounter is stuff that everyone else encounters as well. And so I can, basically, I've had the chance to see the pitfalls people are likely to fall into and hopefully direct them away from them before they get too frustrated and give up chainmail, which I've come close to a few times. It was a while ago, but yeah, it does happen. And it's not really something that you think about until you start trying to do it. I've had people, ask me, or try and do it with one plier and hands, and that doesn't work. Depending on what kind of materials you're working with, it can work sometimes, but 90% of the time it's nicer on your hands to just use the pliers. So when you do workshops with me, you get to try all the different kinds and shapes and sizes of pliers. So if you have a favorite chainmailer that you watch doing tutorials, which I've encountered quite a lot, and they have a combination of pliers that works for them, then you can try that. And if it works for you, great. And if it doesn't work for you, you have other options. And I can also talk people through why it tends to work and why it doesn't. Did we go over the bent nose plier stuff before? Have we done that yet? Probably not.
I don't think we
Chain nose.
so.
You can also travel to show these things off.
Yes, I can. I do actually travel and do workshops. We're trying to plan ones in Thames. We were supposed to be doing them next weekend, but I'm actually trying to set up to delay them till next month because I am shattered. And if I have to go up and do them next weekend, I'm probably not going to be able to do them as well as I want to, which is kind of frustrating for me. I want to be able to give them my full attention and know that everyone's going to get their money's worth out of it. And I don't feel like at the moment I'd be able to do that. So yeah, we're planning some there. We're maybe going down to Wanganui as well.
So the Chainmaille, is it easier to have a section done and then add the double up?
No, it's easier to add the double up as you're going through because it gives you the most space to work with, I suppose. If you're trying to go back through a weave that's already established and add extra rings, it's going to be harder. There's smaller spaces and you're not going to be able to actually get your pliers or your rings in there. There's going to be more places to put the ring that aren't the right place. Whereas if you build it as you go through, it ends up going a lot smoother and a lot better.
You also get to add more closed rings.
Yes, that's true. The way that the tutorial's set up, I tend to do mine in a speed weaving method. There's a few different methods of doing chainmail, and one of the things you'll find if you go to a site like Mail Artisans is there's different tutorials for the same weave made by different people. Look at all of them if one of them doesn't make sense, because the way that one person describes it is going to be different to the way someone else describes it. One of them might make no sense to you, the other one might make perfect sense. It's very hard to tell which one's going to make sense before you start. But there are tutorials on there that go one weave at a time, one ring at a time, sorry. So you're literally adding one ring, then another ring, then another ring. I find in terms of seeing the pattern of the weave that you're working with, I prefer adding pre-closing rings and then adding them in with the open rings that I'm working with. It means that you get an established pattern sooner. If you find it easier, if you decide to go with a one ring method and you find it easier, please let me know, because it is important information for me to have. I recently tried doing a workshop with some kids that we know, and they actually really struggled doing the multiple ring method because having to close a bunch of rings before they could start weaving meant that they lost interest in what they were doing. So it's something that I haven't encountered before. I used to find tutorials that had multiple different rings. The single ring method really annoying because it went a lot slower than I was used to going. But there's some people that it's going to work better for, because there always is. But yeah, I prefer pre-closing a bunch of rings and then weaving in the closed rings and the open ring at the same time.
Now, I'm known for doing something the complicated way and yet not swearing at it.
Good luck with that. If you manage to not swear, that's fine. It's entirely possible to do chainmail and not swear.
There's some people ones up there too.
I found that throwing it at the wall occasionally helps relieve tension. There are some weaves you can get away with that and some weaves you can't. But yeah, it's basically the way that I set my tutorials up is to reduce the frustration as much as possible so that you can get to the point where you actually start making something fun.
But
What you're saying
different.
definitely makes sense. Cool. Good to know. I sometimes wonder. Right. How you going with your strap?
In there, like there's a couple of. I don't know how many.
It doesn't need to be super long. Basically, the hole you're making only needs to be big enough to fit over your head.
No, yeah.
And then if it doesn't, you actually just need to fit around your neck. And
I'm just trying to figure out how long the actual strip is.
Basically, the back of your shirt is going to start there.
Okay, so
They're not even.
Mhm.
The front of a shirt and the back of the shirt are not even.
So
the back will start at the back of your neck.
Yep.
So those are possibly long enough. Maybe add one more lot just in case, because you
Okay.
can always make it smaller,
Mhm.
but it's hard to make it bigger. And then we can attach that to one side of the shirt and then fit the other side if you want.
yeah,
Cool.
do that. Yeah, well, that's one strip now. So that's.
The tutorial that you have for the King 4-in-1, or the tutorial that is turning up soon, it has all of the steps. It has photos for the steps. It has my writing for the steps. Let me know if it doesn't make sense. So it should basically take you through the process step by step. But if it doesn't make sense, I need to know, because then I can fix it so it does. I'm already thinking of doing a variation on the European 4-in-1 weave that I make to show the speed weaving method that Owen uses. It's one that medievalists tend to use, and it involves making what we refer to as fives. I have a, what, how dare you try to be helpful? Me? No. I'm trying to be confusing, not helpful. I'm better at confusing than helpful. Basically, because it's 4-in-1, a 5 is your central ring with 4 rings through it. And one of the ways of speed weaving 4-in-1 is you make a whole bunch of those, and then you add them onto the side of the weave, and then you weave them together. So I found that one quite useful for larger projects, but I haven't got a tutorial for it yet, but partly because I can't make the chainmail and take the photos of the chainmail at the same time because I only have one set of hands. So I'm trying to make a bunch of pieces up so that when I can get my hands on a photographer or on someone that's willing to push a button, I can get a bunch of the tutorials photographed and then put them together. But I have, I'm behind by a few. So I'm going to have a busy next couple of months. Yeah, that makes sense. Making a ton of sub-assemblies, then joining them. Yeah, it does. It does make sense, and it means other people can come in and help you with projects as well. We're actually trying to set up a thing for MonkeySpace where you can donate your time to other people. So say Harpy's shirt. When people come along to MonkeySpace, they spend 10 minutes closing rings for Harpy. And that means when she's making her giant project, it's 10 minutes of someone else's time. You're looking at me funny.
No, I'm listening.
Cool. It's 10 minutes of someone else's time, but it means the giant project that you're doing, suddenly you get a boost. I'm trying to figure out ways of encouraging people to actually stick with it for bigger projects because it can be a real challenge kind of maintaining the...
Momentum.
Sorry?
The momentum.
The momentum, yes. I was going with stubbornness, but yeah. Always seems to come back to stubbornness.
So I like the fives method because then you feel like I feel I'm progressing faster.
It's also easier to make fives while you're watching TV and then spend a small amount of time figuring out how they all have to join together and then kind of be able to do that. Crowdsourcing time. Yes, exactly. And then it means that someone will come along and potentially put 10 minutes into Harpy's project. And then if they decide to do a larger project, they can bring it along and say, right, this is what we need you to do. And it can either be pre-closing rings, pre-opening rings, or making fives for it. The fives method doesn't work for all weaves. And the pre-closing method doesn't work for all weaves, but I'm trying to find ways of, crowdsourcing time and enthusiasm, I suppose. Because it also gets people talking about projects that they're trying to do. And a lot of the time, the response to what they're trying to take on is enough to increase motivation. Just all the people going, holy crap, you're insane. Why are you this crazy? Yeah. I'm thinking of setting up a project to actually have at the Imaginarium. That's the space we're using at the moment. And having the rings and the pliers out here with instructions. And then letting people basically come out and add to it whenever they want. And then, I'm thinking of like a wearable arts piece or something. I'm trying to figure out what it can be that I'm going to be able to leave. Apollo S said, I get hit in the head a lot. I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
Get better with a sword?
I don't know if you heard that. He said it quite quietly, but Owen's response was, get better with a sword.
Don't mean it insultingly, but I like getting hit in the head.
He didn't say that he was getting hit in the head with a sword. That was assumption on your part.
That's
might have
fine.
been getting hit in the head with something else.
Even if you're getting hit in the head with a pine cone, get better with a sword. Everyone should just get better with a sword.
Just in general.
Sounds like Apollo's response was, that's why I'm crazy. Yeah, I really want to. I think you know what I want to say to that one, Owen.
Maybe.
I've been hit in the head as well. I didn't realize that's where my crazy came from.
So, but yeah,
That'll
makes
work.
sense.
Yeah. Do you want to make two of those? Do you want to make another one of those and then we'll add them both together?
No, yeah, that's what
Both
I'm
together.
That is the plan.
I'm hearing your laptop, I think.
I am. Is it this one or that one?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything pop up in that one. Maybe I did see something
Because
pop
this
up.
one's kind of.
There was something that popped up.
There's a red thingy on the green thing. Sounds like you need yourself a buckler hat. Sounds like everybody needs a buckler hat.
There's notifications on here, but I don't know. The
It's all right. It's basically picking the notifications that mean the whole bloody thing's going to shut down. Apollo's response to that was, I wondered where you went, Reba.
It's in video saving mode.
Does it need battery?
It's 20, we've got the charger here though.
Okay.
It's 20%. Just we can run it for a little bit longer.
Because it's 3 o'clock. We're supposed to be going through to 5.
It's okay. I can.
Be good.
Sorry, love. I might just show you something because I just gotta. Do you mind chatting about your shit for a bit, Harvey? I'm gonna go find the charger for this. Reva says, just biding my time, old chap, biding my time. Very nice. And Apollo says, it needs more power. Bum, bum, bum. I shall be right back. Power shall be found.
I know that feeling.
Yes, the humans in the house need more power as well. The watermelon has not quite made it, so we will have brownie.
Spaceship brownie.
All of the tasty. Not special brownie. I do special brownie because it's made by Owen, which makes it special, but also not otherwise special brownie.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the power board so far
Awesome.
away?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So my project at this very moment is, well, my very first project is a chainmail shirt. And I kind of,
We showed you, I think we showed off part of it before.
yeah, I've showed up like just the sheet part
So
of
a
it.
giant sheet of chainmail.
Yeah, so that's
I'm not sure
one
if
bit.
Apollo and Reba were there before.
And I've got 2 bits of it because one's going to be the back and one's going to be the front. And right now I'm working on the straps, shoulder straps, so that I can figure out how much wider it needs to be. Because when you're making a chainmail shirt, you don't make it to fit your skin. You need to make it so it can go over your shoulders.
Yes.
So the worst thing you can do is make it fit your body, but then the next thing you try to put it on, it's just not going to go over. No, so
Yes.
making
So
straps
the
first.
first part to make for a chainmail shirt is the part that goes over your head. So the only bit that you really need to fit is the bit that is over your head, and then you can make it as long or short as you need it to be. The challenging part for a chainmail shirt tends to be the sleeves. Blah, 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 and mass producing the latest and fashionable headwear. It's cost me my life savings, but if I work hard enough, it'll be ready just in time for the 1821 fashion season. Nice. So yeah, we have one strap for hubby's shirt.
Mm-hmm.
We're working on the next one. Do you have any idea how many hours you've worked on that yet?
Oh god. How many hours?
How many? What's the normal thing for a chainmail shirt on? Can you remember?
4-in-1 buttered spring steel 10mm rings was estimated about 3 months to 2 to 3 hours a night.
Yeah.
Okay then. So I think.
So this is 10mm rings, but it's 6-in-1, not 4-in-1, so it's denser, which means it will take more time.
No, yeah, and
But it's
I
also
think I
aluminium.
tried. It's hard to think because I have been putting it off for the last month or so.
And it's hard to. You don't necessarily time how long you're making chainmail for
No,
when
yeah,
you're
like
making it. You
I
just
try
make
to
it.
like guesstimate like an hour to an hour and a half of doing it, and usually I would get I think if I've got already, oh well, I'll spend like half an hour closing rings and then about an hour making a length of chainmail.
Yeah.
Like, I usually get
Started
not longer
making
than this.
strips.
Yeah, and I think I'll get about this and a half long. So
Yeah.
probably about that much an hour in, and I've
I think when I timed myself making a chainmail shirt, because one of the reasons I started selling supplies to other people and selling instructions, all of the first tutorials that I made are based off European 4-in-1 because I costed myself for making someone a chainmail shirt because I had a whole bunch of people asking. And then I realized I couldn't afford to pay myself to make a chainmail shirt because there was like 60 hours worth of work in the shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And that was for a 4-in-1 shirt, not a 6-in-1.
No, yeah.
So yeah, don't even want to think about how much time's going to be in that. You realize,
Like I think, what was it when I first bought like that first 1,000 pack of you? I actually. What I used half. I made it 500. I used all 500 about it.
you did half of it in like a night or something.
No, yeah, like I think I put in like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah. So you
The
go
first
through
time.
phases of being
just
more
needing to get
intensive
it
and
done.
less intensive.
Yeah. But No, yeah, I would get through like, I don't know how much would that be?
It's been a while. I think I have the calculation for mine somewhere, but I don't think I've done 10 mil 4 on one, I think. But I've only really done,
length that long.
it's this much. What is it? It's a cubit, isn't it? Cubit? That length?
Might be actually.
I think it's called a cubit. Hang on. I can
Wait,
understand the not being sure of time taken thing. I made a corset for someone last year. Just the stitching took an estimated 19 hours. Holy crap! Do you have photos? One. And also, holy crap, that's awesome.
Was that hand stitched or machine stitched?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I think I got down to the 76 lacing holes came to. I worked it out.
All hand stitched. Very nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
One of the first conversations that I had with Owen, where I realized he might be just as crazy as I was in different ways, I went to his house because he volunteered to teach me longsword, which was a mistake on his part because I still haven't gone away. And he moved a pile of, yes, please, I would like pics. He moved a pile of clothes that were on the couch, and then he went through all of them, showed me them, the hand embroidery, hand stitched. He's hand done 72 lacing holes on one doublet. There's another one.
1,520 minutes worth.
1,520 minutes with. How do you know that? Did you time it?
It's actually roughly 20 minutes for a lacing hole.
Right. Yes. Much time.
If I think,
Many
if
holes.
I remember rightly.
Much stitching. We have another one that's had half the lacing holes done that we need to finish off at home. But he basically talked me through all of the hand embroidered, hand sewn, hand done medieval gorgeousness he had on the couch. Apollo says, tooled as well, and yes, I have pics. Haha, where shall I send the pics? Do you want to private message my page? If you send them to Steel Web, that would be awesome. And let me know if I'm allowed to share them. Or maybe if anyone wants me to share them, they can ask, and then you can give me permission to share from there. So was it a leather corset? If it's tooled as well.
For some reason, when he said cubits,
Cubit.
Yeah. I instantly went to the song, I Like Shapes.
Yes. They use it. A cubit, that was actually the length. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That was a biblical measurement.
I
But
like
do you know where I went with it?
Where?
I was like, what is the rotational thing of superposition of subatomic particles got to do with what we're talking about?
Smartass.
No, that's where I went to the electron spin of quantum theory.
Chainmaille and quantum theory.
Chainmaille and quantum theory. With brownies.
With brownies and
And
watermelon.
watermelon. Oh yeah.
Normal brownies.
That's what you get at MonkeySpace. Along with
Oh,
filtering
okay,
and
okay,
things.
put it in. And normal.
Well, the way it sounded like it is like, yes, this mind expansion and drowning.
Apollo's comment on his corset is, yes, it's leather, outside dress one, not a shaping one, but made to the customer's measures. Sounds gorgeous.
It's a bit like a cincher
Yeah.
corset.
I want to see. He's going to send photos.
Nice.
I'm tempted to set up so next time we only stream from like 2 o'clock. So I might give time for people to turn up, set up, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys
At
think?
the moment. Let us know what you think. Apollo says, all spam to the Steel Web Messenger now. Thank you, I'll check it out. One of the things that I've noticed the last couple of events we've tried to stream, we spend the hour when we get here either frantically setting up trying to figure out why the computers are not talking to each other, which has been fun. Hopefully we're going to sort that for next time. But I also don't get a chance to actually say hi to people when they turn up, because not everyone turns up at 1 o'clock because it's New Zealanders and people don't.
We've set it up as an open space.
We've set it up so that you can come in when you want to, leave when you want to. You basically just come. You can turn up for a bit and then bugger off, or you can come for the whole thing. It's entirely up to you. We're just going to be here at this time in this place. So if you want to come hang out, you can. And because I tend to spend the first hour just kind of setting things up and talking and introducing myself and us, I don't really get a chance to say hi to anyone or talk to them when they're not being filmed, which is quite intense for a lot of people, and I don't know whether it's likely to put them off actually coming. So I'm thinking if we set it up so for the first hour, you can come in and kind of...
Restream for the middle hour.
Yes.
2 or 3.
Partly because, you know, as much as I apparently can talk solidly for 3 hours, it only makes so much sense. I can only make so much sense in a day. Paul says, I was going to be here from the start, but because no one in Wellington knows how to merge, I got held in traffic. 20-minute trip took almost an hour. I feel your pain. I lived in Auckland for about 15 years. Driving. As soon as it started to rain, everyone forgot how to drive. Ooh, push it. Show me photos. Show me photos. Show me photos. Ooh. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, and there's the bowler.
Bowler hat. Bowler hat. How cool is that? Bowler hat. Bowler hat.
Oh,
Isn't that
so cool.
awesome? Yeah, that hat would probably hold the coif. I would say it would hold the coif. And the corset. That's a nice corset.
Is the weave you're working on the same pattern as your necklace?
Yes, it is. It's a weave called GSG. It's one of the Persian designs. Check it out. Corset.
And the other one, and Reva said, I just logged on to check Facebook while eating lunch and haven't escaped since.
That's the tooling and stuff. What? Thank you for hanging out with us.
Nice.
Have some. That's what it's there for. Harpy is whispering to me that she wants to have brownie.
It's a little bit dry.
It's literally why we bought it. Yeah, this weave is called GSG. It's exactly the same as the necklace. What I'm trying to do at the moment is I've had an order for one from Art Gallery in Stratford that I've sent a few pieces through to, and I wore this the last time we went through to Taranaki, and someone from there apparently wants one. So I'm now going to send them through this one once I've actually gotten it finished. So I'm making them, trying to make them up to be the same length, which means I'm about 5 closures short on that side, and then I need to make the other side the right length, and then it'll be good. Damn it. What I'm planning on doing for the next MonkeySpace in Auckland, I will be there for. Or at this point, we plan to go up. Health permitting, I will be there. If I'm not there, then Eden and Grace will be running it.
Or Eden, no, Grace maybe, and I'll go up.
Sorry, Grace will be running it. Eden will probably be working.
I'll go up if...
Yeah, we'll have someone there, basically. But even if after that we end up not going up and actually being there in person, we will have someone there to run it, and then we will I'll log in from online so I can still answer questions and stuff. I'm not sure if there's going to be a way of streaming multiple locations at once. I don't know if it's obvious, but I'm not that technical. But I should at least be there to be able to chat and direct them towards things to talk about and add some information. Hopefully make it more interesting. And by that point, you will have your King 4-in-1 cuff and hopefully have, well, it's 2 weeks. It should bloody get to you Monday because I posted it a while ago. So maybe you'll have finished it and have your next lot of rings. I looked at Chainmaille after falling down a YouTube hole. Yeah, been there. I want to learn it to try making jewelry or accent parts for leatherwork. Don't know if I'll ever try a shirt. A lot of people don't. It's one of the reasons that I like introducing new people to it, because there's so many different directions you can take it. And making jewelry is an entirely appropriate way of using it. Making leather accents or connectors. I mean, you can go down the, if you look at armoring styles and the ways they used to connect leather plate or steel plate, there's a lot of stuff out there. So you don't necessarily need to learn 600 different weaves to enjoy chainmail. You don't need to ever want to make a shirt to enjoy chainmail. There's so many different directions you can take it in. And
I want to make a chainmail kilt.
See, that's even
Don't know if you heard that, but my partner is going to make a chainmail kilt. It is going to be epic. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Sorry to talk over the top.
No, it's okay. I just said it again because I didn't think people potentially would have heard it from behind the camera. Said, then meeting you guys in Levin was great timing, as that's when I was looking at buying stuff. Nice. Because, yeah, it was really nice to meet you as well. It's nice to meet people that are actually willing to talk on this level about chainmail. We don't have as much time to do it at markets as we like because reasons. Reva says chainmail killed with the pleats. Yes, with the pleats.
Actually, yeah, the plan was with the pleats.
We also have a weave that we can potentially set up to be tartan. Paulo says, the kill will be epic, just not sure you want to be a true Scotsman when you wear it. We actually ran into some girls at Splore that were quite disappointed Owen wasn't being a true Scotsman under his kill.
Chafing hurts.
Yes, chafing is a thing, especially when it's that damn hot.
And it was raining in school, wasn't it? 'Cause
Yeah,
Only for a day.
it rained on the Saturday and some of the Sunday.
That's annoying.
Yeah. Definitely damped people's spirits down a little bit, but we still had a pretty good weekend. I'm kind of looking forward to what we're going to make for next time.
Pinching is too.
Pinching is too. Yes, yes, it is.
But then again, you found the chainmail stuff that you make doesn't pinch. The bras and things.
Yes, but I don't think that your kilt's going to be quite as close fitting as that.
No, but it's liable to have less spiky bits.
True. And you could always make yourself chainmail undies.
Yes. Well, that's why we make pouches.
Yeah.
Try want to make a scale mail spot on at some point.
Yes. Because everything should
know.
be chainmail. All of the chainmail things.
No, yeah, there's quite a few ideas you can do with chainmail.
Yeah.
But I've got a project I'm going to do that's going to be a little hush-hush until I, properly get it off the ground.
Yep.
But another thing I want to make is like the poi as well.
Yeah.
Like
See,
a
I
chainmail
do.
poi.
I kind of like the idea. There's so many different weaves that you can make. Apollo says leather-lined male kilt.
No, did I consider
Maybe.
Maybe.
I did.
Might go felt.
That's a
Ooh,
nuisance.
felt could work. Felt would fold better than leather. I can imagine a leather-lined one would end up being really
Unless you
heavy.
use like goat skin or a
I kind of love the
kid
fact that
skin or
Apollo
something.
seems to think about things in the same way as we think about chainmail.
everything
Everything must have
leather.
all of the nice things. Says, I'm now worried I'm going to end up with a mailed beard at some point. What? Us? We would never do that.
Male beard.
Not even a little bit.
That's why
I
you
have
build a mask.
I have planned some chainmail beard beads, but I need to get my soldering kit up and running first because, as we have found with chainmail and hair, it tends to get wrapped around quite a lot. So yeah, we're going to have to definitely get some really good closures for those ones. I have a couple of weaves that I want to that I've made little mini things in that I kind of want to make up. Besides, did you see the Zoidberg mask thing from before? Were you around for that bit, or was that earlier than you were around?
I think it was before.
Besides, male beard, everything needs to be chainmail. Chainmail be everything.
Yeah. Chainmail dreadlocks, chainmail
At some
beard.
point, I want to chainmail a Clydesdale. I've been offered one. It's in Christchurch. I just need to have enough materials to actually cover it.
And
It's 17 hands high.
crown
Do you want to
sauce.
pass me the Zoidberg mask? Is it? There you go. Okay. We started doing scaled masks for Splore. They're basically just sheets of scale that go over your face with connectors. So this is going to end up being connected up there and at the side. But the plan is to have it be all tentacly, so it's actually individual strands of scale. So this is going to be the Zoidberg masky thing. Because reasons. Protect your beard in battle? Hell yes. Your beard, your face.
You just chainmail weight your beard and use it as a weapon.
I still want to do that to your hair.
I can do it with my hair. Like, just plait it and then just put any type of weight on the end. It
Well,
turns
then-
into a
I didn't need
staff.
to. Trust me, the staff I used to work with used to complain about it.
Yeah, put that.
The staff I used to work with complained about it.
Yeah.
I would create my own space around the bar.
It tends to be kind of wet, so if he turns around too fast in the morning, I do occasionally get water splashed all over my face from the other side of the room.
Yeah, it's dangerous when it's plated and it's got more than one tie in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Apollo says Zoidberg mask with a quick break in the middle to double as fingered gauntlets. I kind of wish you could see Owen's face right now. You have just given him fun ideas. Reva says, now that is something for dwarven fashion wear. Hell yes. Dwarves should be fashionable too. Sorry, dwarves should get to be fashionable too. Of course they're fashionable too. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but there is also the chainmail octopus headpiece. You encountered that? It's always fun watching people's faces when they first come across that one.
Like, no joke, after making the bracelets, I really wanted that to be my next project, but...
And she found out someone had already done it.
Yeah, like, oh my god, cuttlefish.
Yes.
And saw octopus, like, oh.
The one thing that I'd want to do with a cuttlefish, though, is because they have camouflage and they change color, I would want it to be able to change color.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'd want it to be... Apollo says, a battle male beard would be lethal. The rings I wear make it dangerous enough to me as it is. Yeah, that's the problem. We were just talking about attaching chainmail to Harpy's hair and Owen's hair and using it as a flail of some kind.
Yes,
but
I think use our helmets in battle, we just
the problem there is the fact that it would spin around you several times and end up hitting you in the face, or at least it would if I was wearing it. I'm going to see if I can find the chainmail octopus. Octopus. Actually raises a thought from earlier. A dwarven society where leather and plant-based textiles are limited. What gets made out of chainmail instead? Like tea-tails, not so much, but others? Everything. That could be fun.
Pot scrubbers.
Yeah, I've actually been asked for pot scrubbers in chainmail, or asked for the comparative cost of doing pot scrubbers. And they also use 4-in-1 steel for covering chickens, because apparently they're quite good at... It's better than covering them with tinfoil, apparently. I've been asked for those a few times, and I've turned around and said,
yeah. That's for cooking chickens, by the way, not live chickens.
Not for live chickens.
I pictured real chickens in chainmail going, that wouldn't stop them picking each other.
I want to make chicken oven now.
Battle chickens!
Damn right.
Rather than spin it around, use it like a whip and whip your head back and forth like a hair metal.
With the hair back and forth.
Why are you sad?
Blah, blah, blah.
Who's that?
I'm not sad.
No, the sad picture that emoticon.
Yeah, why the sad face?
Oh, he wanted battle chickens, but not cooking chickens, battle chickens.
we can have battle chickens.
When they die, we can feast on their remains.
Sorry, we got there eventually. Alright, I'm gonna find... bollocks. Right, my laptop is also running out of battery, except what it's been doing recently is it says it's running out of battery and then it shuts itself down at the same bloody time. So I'm kind of glad that it hasn't, but I'm going to need to get up and get a charger soon. And I'm just posting the link to the Chainmail Octopus in the comments section on the Facebook page. So if you want to check it out, look at the Facebook page, please. Battle chickens, now canon in the Dwarven RPG. Nice.
No.
No? Why not?
Battle chickens fired out of cannons at the enemy.
I need to stop singing to myself. The Dwarven battle chickens arrived.
Everyone feared the bear cavalry until the Dwarven battle chicken arrived. And then oh my god, I don't know what that was in relation to.
I need to remember to bring a extension cable next time.
Yeah.
Right, the laptop is plugged in. I'm hoping the OMG is because you just saw the octopus thing that I posted on the Stairway page.
Or about battle chickens being fired at cannons, or about battle chickens facing off an enemy.
Or we make battle chickens octopus headdresses so they look really confusing, and then fire them at the enemy.
Look at the food chicken.
Cthulhu chicken! Alright.
Who needs Chick-fil-A? You have Chick-fil-A.
Would it be just as tasty though? Or would it be kind of an eldritch taste to it?
I don't know. It would be a dinosaur.
True.
See, I think a KFC bucket of dinosaur would be interesting.
I mean, I would love to eat a KFC bucket of dinosaur. It sounds delicious to me.
Front ranks Pruitt. Front ranks Pruitt.
I mean, yeah, you have like one division of octo heads, the soldiers with octo heads, and then all you have to do is just kind of spin them like a Beyblade.
Be like a Bahubali when he has all those chariots with the side plates on the front.
Oh no. Well, there goes that ring.
Spiky balls of battle chickens. So now I'm just kind of picturing putting battle chickens in trebuchet and firing them at the enemy.
Yes, I was just thinking about trebuchets. Put it in the battle armor. Put the battle armor chicken into a trebuchet.
Yes.
Fire it over the wall. Bok bok! So, there is a cannon used to test aircraft windshields by firing chickens at it. If those chickens were to be a chainmail.
and then on the teeny pikes. There is actually a role-playing game where you can play a duck in plate mail.
Okay.
There was a role-playing game, 20 years ago or something that was it Rune Quest?
Mm-hmm.
They actually had rules to be a duck in plate mail armor. You could be anything in the world. It was built into the rules.
Yeah, my brain was just going over how you would make plate mail armor for a duck so it can still fly.
So it can still
That
swim.
was actually protected. Yeah, my brain hadn't got to swimming yet.
All I pictured was just this duck sitting in the water with a spear and a shield.
Okay. Please tell me you have read Apollo's comment about octopus headwear. Front ranks, pirouette!
We did, yes.
Awesome.
And we kind of expanded on it. Like,
Nice.
if you put,
Sorry, I missed part of the conversation.
no one will be safe. Chainmail geese. Oh god.
Chainmail emus. They already survived machine guns.
And they are vicious.
I mean, but imagine the Great Emu War if they wore chainmail and plate mail at the same time.
Hey, no, the Aussies would never won. They would never won the war. They technically would still have won.
No, they lost the war. That
No,
was
they
the thing.
I'm sorry. I'm used to it just being me that thinks that everything should be chainmail, and now everyone else is doing it too, and it's awesome.
Like, do you know of the
Great
Emu War in
Emu War.
Australia?
Cassowaries.
Well, that's not a scary bird in chainmail.
Uh-huh. They're already vicious creatures. Damn right. Emus are pretty vicious as well.
Chainmail
I had a
battle
friend that
mail.
got given an emu, I think it was from a zoo or something, and it tried to kill him every time he tried to feed it. He had a fairly big menagerie already, and at one point he asked me if he could borrow my katana because he really wanted to make a turducken, but starting with an emu. That was the point that I knew it had really pissed him off.
Damn it, drop the ring.
Like, how does the emu? I understand the emu rule, but how did it began again?
Farmers were sickened, so that basically they naturally migrated to the coast.
Mm-hmm.
And as they migrated to the coast, they found all these new farms with all this lovely produce and decided to eat it.
Damn right. Chickens and choppers with chainmail.
Yes. Yes, basically they.
Oh my god.
We'll play it from the way
We'll
home.
play it for you on the way home. We have it on the.
Or when we're doing the harvest circle.
Yes.
If we can get the stereo up and running. We haven't been charging it.
No, we have been chainmailing and talking about the chainmail.
But yeah, basically they went and ate all the produce, and so the farmers complained, saying these are destroying our livelihood. So then the Minister of Defence got the army in to go machine gun emus,
Yes.
and the emus won the 3 rounds. I think one of the quotes was, if we had been able to use these in World War One or something, they would have if a tank had the defense power of an emu, it would like be unstoppable.
Now I'm imagining the trenches with just the charge of the emus. I can't decide if I like it better with soldiers riding them or not.
Do you know what my brain went to?
What did your brain go to?
Started changing the song instead of the Ride of the Valkyries, it's Ride of the Emus. Or Charge of the Emus.
I feel like to say it's more about
the
the.
military forces and the emus. You're probably right.
You know what? You're not wrong.
There's a really good simple history video you can watch on it. It takes about 5 minutes, but does it really
Oh
well.
yeah, that's right. And it's crack up as hell.
Yeah.
Great way of summarizing how the Emu War went and what happened.
That and the football war and
Yeah.
not at all, Apollo. It points to emus using the proper tactics against machine guns, which is to say, not lining up and charging at them all at once. Yeah, they ran away. But they would say, I think they took some of them were taking 7 bullets and still running at 30 miles an hour. I mean, humans worked that one out eventually. So it just took a couple of years.
There was a great thing I remember reading that pointed out aliens could conquer humans, but so many animals out there giving the aliens patrol so much trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
I don't talk about aliens and humans. I like the ones where the aliens go ahead and so we just found these aliens. What do? They breathe oxygen. It's like, what? And they're made of meat. Intelligent meat.
What? That makes no sense. See, my brain kind of went sideways into your steampunk character idea, Harpy.
Oh.
Making a giant clockwork moor
Mm.
for you to ride.
Yeah.
That would be epic.
That would be so cool. Holy
Yes.
shite.
Okay, I wish you guys could see Owen's face right now. He looks like he just smacked him in the face with something.
If only Haast Eagle still existed.
Oh my god, that would be awesome.
The eagles are coming.
The eagles are coming. They talk by flapping their meat. I haven't heard that one for a long time. Yeah. That was such a brilliant thread. I don't even know how long ago it was, but it
Well,
does
well,
kind
yeah.
of stick, that one.
It keeps coming around every now and again.
I think I might have saw it on Tumblr once.
Isn't
Like,
that
it just
something
makes a
about,
cycle.
like, something about we eat cheese and stuff? They rot their food to the point that it's almost toxic, but not quite, and then eat it.
Yeah, and then it's like we
Poison themselves in very specific ways.
and we burn things to go like we breathe oxygen, which is highly combustible, but we
Yeah.
use that to explode things. It's like yes, and they breathe it. What?
That was a good
Yeah.
thread.
Wasn't there also in the Shins like, and they purposely eat poisonous foods that burn the interiors of their.
Yeah.
Chili,
Yeah,
alcohol.
yeah.
Yeah. For what? Flavor.
They were expecting military resistance. They weren't counting on bears. How are you going for closed rings, babe? Do you want me to do some closed rings for you?
No, it's still got plenty.
You sure?
Yeah,
I figure we're here. I've been talking about starting the whole crowdsourcing thing for long enough. I might as well bloody action it.
That's good.
Sauce it.
So there. Stop it.
What we should probably do at some point.
What is that?
Often make something for Chris
Yeah. To actually have in
in the show.
it's not a bad idea. Can imagine asking him what he wants to have though, and him just being like, I don't know, just make something.
Yeah. You'll make a show around it.
Yeah. Well, it might be the place to do the tapestry for.
Hmm.
Owen's been wanting to do like a
Sorry. Which Chris? We talking about the same Chris?
Possibly
When
this
we saw
Chris.
Explore.
Which Chris?
Foreman?
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Was that his name? No, wait, no. I'm thinking of someone else now.
Possibly. Chris O is the insanely awesome burlesque performer. I showed you photos of him before we went to one of the gorgeous peacock outfits. Chris O is a friend of mine who's a burlesque dancer. I first met him a disturbing amount of years ago in Auckland at a mutual friend's 21st birthday, and ended up taking photos of him and another chick, Casey, that night for most of the evening. He took some of the photos of me, which is still some of my favourite photos of me I've ever seen. But I got to see him at Explore because he was one of the performers coming back from Europe, where he's been headlining all sorts of fun things. He makes his own costumes. They are insanely awesome. Yeah. He was prancing around in a lot of my chainmail for a lot of the weekend, kind of troubleshooting it, because we made 2 big scale shoulder pieces. And we thought that we had attached enough chains to stop them from moving. The source of the idea was another guy at the steampunk event
That's who
that we did in November, Tobias, who was wearing furs and a giant hooded cape thing, and ended up throwing one of the skirts from one of the larger outfits that I made over his shoulders, and then dancing in them and flowing in them. I think that's darting.
Yeah.
Which is basically a tennis ball at the end of a long piece of material that you swing around and flow around. It's very cool. Kind of like a poi, but with a sock.
Sorry,
poi and a sock.
Like the thing he used was looked like a buoy to me.
Yeah,
Buoy.
a buoy. Yes. My brain is getting confused between similarly sounding words. Been talking for too long, for sure. But he was complaining because it kept falling off his shoulders because it was a skirt, not a harness, and therefore was not connected in any way. So every time he went sideways, the skirt fell off because it was a skirt. So we tried making a variation on those that were both equal sizes and had chain strapping under the arms and then across the chest to try and hold them in place. And basically asked Chris if he'd mind running around in them and seeing how much he could move without them falling off. So he rocked around in those for a while the first day, and then wore the acrylic mantle we made another day and had lots of fun in it. It was awesome, actually.
The acrylic mantle looked awesome.
The acrylic mantle looked epic on him.
Well, epic on the first guy as well.
It kind of looked epic on everyone. It was good. It was good fun. Well, it's really nice just seeing people kind of dressing up in the outfits. There was one trio that came through, I think, on the Saturday, and it started off with the blonde girl came in, tried on the peacock outfit, and rocked it, and then changed out of it again. And then her partner came in and was like, "Oh, I wanted to get a photo with you. I was just going to put the mantle on." So she had to put it back on so that they could get photos. And then while they were putting it back on, another friend of theirs tried on one of the scaled masks and one of the shirts. And then they all ended up getting dressed up and going to take photos of them. And because it's me, I immediately started directing them. So the one that was in the middle had arms around both of them, so she couldn't really turn herself around. And then the girl that had been in the peacock outfit before was dancing around like mad and being amazing. And I was trying to give them direction because I'm an obnoxious photographer and I can't not. But the guy was just standing there and not doing anything and not really moving, and the 2 girls were dancing, but I didn't want to talk directly to him because I thought it'd make him self-conscious. It was insane, and they all ended up looking phenomenal. The guy was he in the mantle and the headpiece? He was wearing 2 pieces, I think.
The blonde was wearing the headpiece, my scaly one.
Yeah. The blonde was wearing the headpiece in the peacock outfit. So
he was wearing my mask, wasn't he?
Yes. He was wearing something. The headpiece, the peacock bra and the peacock skirt. The middle girl was wearing the mask and the spring steel piece. I don't think you've seen it yet. I actually finished it on the day. And he was wearing the acrylic mantle and a mask, and they just looked epic. It was freaking awesome. Just having people come through and try them on. And the girl in the peacock dress especially, like as soon as she put it on, she started dancing and she did not stop. And I kept giving my phone to Eden and to Momo and just saying, "Can you take photos of people in stuff? I'm not getting enough photos." And so one of them was taking photos of her while she was dancing. So I have about 15 to 20 photos of her just in different positions dancing around the store.
You get some video too.
It was awesome. Just love people enjoying themselves in my stuff. Okay, that was weird. I thought that we got another message, but we didn't. I must be addicted or something. Addicted, addict, one or the other. No. I think I made them slightly self-conscious by trying to direct them on how to pose, and then I was like, no, you are not supposed to be here as a photographer, and they don't know that you're a photographer, they just think you're being an obnoxious twat. And two, just let them enjoy themselves. You don't need to do a photo shoot right now. I know they look pretty, leave it alone.
That's what I noticed from a lot of people wanting taking photos, standing flat onto the camera. It's like, just take 1 foot back.
Angle. 1 foot back.
Nothing more. Don't care about the rest. Just take 1 foot back.
It's a safe link. It's a safe link to expect that someone's commented on things when I've been prattling for quite a while and nobody's interrupted me.
No.
It's a safe link. All how wild animals are scarier than humans. Yeah. Who else was there? There was a guy on the very first day, the very first one to try on anything, immediately tried on the scale mantle. Yeah. I think I ended up posting it on Instagram, but he put the mantle on and then we put the headpiece on him. And then he took like a video of himself shimmying in the thing and then put it on repeat, so it just kind of does that for a while. That was cool.
I was trying to find that photo that Splore put up of Momo.
Yeah.
What was it, Splore News or something?
The story. It was Splore NZ, I think.
On Instagram?
He was going to email it to me, but I'm not sure if he has.
Was it on Instagram or Facebook?
Instagram, yeah.
I searched up everything on Facebook, on Instagram, and they would only have like 500 photos, and you went through them.
I think it was shared in a story. So the stories on Instagram are different to the actual photos on Instagram. That's why I asked them to actually send it. NAS Project. Hello, it's me. Hello.
Yes, we know who that is.
We know who that is. Now, is it NAS Project or NAS Project?
I've used both, and he said it's fine.
But that's not helpful. Oh, hang on. Apollo also says, right, I need to go for a bit. Costumia friend is doing the lining sweatband for my hat. We'll try catch you guys before you finish. Look forward to seeing you if you can get back. Enjoy fitting your hat. Have fun planning your coif. Wow. Because that's going to look cool. Sorry, the aventail, not the coif. Don't get me wrong. Sorry. Yeah, okay, I'm getting tired. My brain is giving me the wrong terminology. I'm sorry.
The chainmail piece.
Yes. And yes. Bye, Apollo.
Yes.
See you in a bit.
And NAS Project, go back through the thing and you'll see all the talk about shooting chainmail shirts at things and
chickens in chainmail out of cannons and all sorts of things. We've been having fun.
War
Is
chickens.
it a buckler hat? That was from Reva.
We need to find a way to attach/remove the
aventail as needs merit. Yeah, I've done attaching and removing them with lobster clasps. I also have a couple of other clasps that might work, and then you can have some connection points and attach it in or take it out as you need to.
Leather press studs.
Yeah, true, that could work.
If it's not having to be period, then leather press studs could work. Like leather sheet with press studs.
Yes. Good luck figuring it out. If you run into issues, let us know. Apparently, we already have some ideas. Oh, NAS Project. How was the puppies? He was supposed to be going today to the Oodle Club that they hold in Tauranga because he met a friend of ours yesterday who has a very, very cute puppy. And he's looking at getting a puppy as well. And he wanted to be a
Labradoodle?
Labradoodle?
No, he's going Labrador Poodle.
Labradoodle.
Did he say Labradoodle?
It's
I thought it was a different one.
No, but it's a Labrador Poodle. Whatever the name is, it was a Labrador Poodle.
Okay, then it's a Labradoodle. Apollo says, I'll do the bracelet first. Bye. Yes, small things first. NAS Project says, I like this buckler hat idea. Yeah, we're working on that one.
That's a good idea.
This is a very good idea.
Watermelon.
Gradually.
Hang on. Hold the watermelon. See, this is why you should turn up to this thing in person. This and the brownie.
Damn it. I would have done that way before we
gradually watermelon.
We're still halfway up there.
Okay, for anyone that has no freaking idea what we're talking about right now, you need to go to Google. What is it? Google Translate Sings.
It's Google Translate Sings, but now I think now it goes Google Translate Fails.
Okay.
I think it's what she's actually called the channel now.
Right. Google Translate Sings is okay. So it's not a labradoodle; it's a golden doodle.
Golden
Thank
doodle.
you for clearing that up. And he couldn't go to the.
So it's not Labrador, it's golden retriever.
So he couldn't go
Melon.
to the doodle club
Mhm.
because he had to move things.
Right.
Damn life stopping you from playing with puppies. Basically, Google Translate Sings is a woman called Melinda Kathleen Reese who has a channel on YouTube, which is awesome. Some friends of hers started running works of literature through multiple layers of Google Translate and then dramatically reading the results. So she decided to take...
Hi, Grace.
Sorry
Grace.
you couldn't make it in person. Really glad you made it to the feed. Please have a read through. We've also already discussed various kinds of chainmail, some of the first pieces that I ever made, and then what else did we get into? Firing chickens and chainmail shirts out of cannons came up at one point.
And then
T-shirt
it's been
cannons
fun.
with chainmail.
Yes.
T-shirt cannons. Was
Buckler
scale
hats
mail.
for rapier and buckler hat.
So, you know, kind of the standard level of crazy. She is one of the original chainmail monkeys. She has created this much insanity before.
Just came to the first chainmail party we had in Auckland.
She did. It's been fun. Anyway, the gradually watermelon is basically what happens to Come On, Be My Baby, Come On from Ed Sheeran's The Shape of You. Sorry, the pause there is because I can't remember the real words anymore. I just remember the fake words. So The Shape of You becomes I Like Shapes. And Come On, Be My Baby, Come On becomes Gradually Watermelon. Which I played to my niece and nephew when they came over from America, and then they sung to their dad and mum for the rest of the trip, which was immensely satisfying. But it is quite hilariously awesome, some of the stuff that Melinda Kathleen Reese comes up with on this channel. Another one of our favorites is Total Eclipse of the Heart, which translates to heart attack.
Is that like lollies?
I think it's supposed to be emojis.
Something like a bear and then more chaining up bears?
No, chain monkey.
Chainmail monkey?
Yeah.
Yeah. Learn to read emojis, old man.
I can't.
This is
They
why
could
I'm
mean
not
any number of
reading,
different things.
because they are also old lady.
This is the problem. They could mean
All these
any
trendy
number of
young
things.
people. This project says, I too enjoy defined formations. Not sure what that means. But
Shapes.
Okay.
I like shapes.
I like shapes. Go there eventually.
Well, the first one should have was Let It Go from Frozen.
Yes. So
Which
let
comes
it
as
go
give up.
becomes give up, you cannot put it back in.
And a sugar sponge is good for drugs.
Yes.
or helps?
What is it? A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Becomes a sugar sponge. Helps you get off drugs.
It's on drugs.
Off drugs.
It was on.
No, I'm pretty sure it's off.
Either
we're
way,
going to have to find
the
it.
translation is
Either
crazy.
way, it's fun. But yeah. So some of these songs, the ones that we've actually listened to over and over again on repeat, every time I hear them now, I don't sing the actual lyrics. I sing
No.
Google Translate Sings lyrics.
It's
And
like,
once you hear it once, you cannot unhear
Yeah.
it. So
Yeah.
every time a Shape of You comes on, I cannot remember the original lyrics to Shape of You. I keep thinking of I like shapes.
what's
Now's Project says, are we back to math now? Different kind of math. All right, I should head off. Have a good one, you wonderful crazy people. Thank you, Reva. It's
Bye,
been really
Reva.
nice talking
Bye.
to you. Hope you tune in and talk to us again sometime. Thank you for the insanity.
we're streaming in
Thank
2
you
weeks'
for adding
time.
to the insanity.
Yes, true.
2 weeks' time.
The additional insanity. I mean, we
Yes.
can't be expected to be crazy by ourselves all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Really nice to talk to you, man.
Third Sunday of the month is the one in Auckland.
Yes. Just remember, buckler hat. Yeah, I kind of feel like that should be a shirt. I don't know why. I just like the randomness of walking around with that written on your shirt and nobody knows what the hell you're talking about. Just remember, buckler hat.
Maybe it could be on this, so you just put just remember, and then in the back.
Buckler hat! Surprise, buckler hat! You know what I have stuck in my head now, thanks to you, Happy? I hate you just a little. Yes! Yes! Nice Project says, I make design. I believe designs for the buckler hat and potentially a prototype have already been made. I think one of them is being fitted as we speak by someone that had to another one that had to wander off the project called
Sorry,
Apollo.
are you talking about making a design for the buckler hat or the t-shirt? Because you could have designed a t-shirt.
Yeah, I could design all sorts of things. I've actually asked Shona if she would make. Okay, we have a friend called Shona who is an insanely good artist. She draws just what the.
You will find funny kick-ass.
Okay, the random noise you can hear in the background is Owen listening to the Sugar Sponge thing.
Be a piece of bread. Time crafts. This is simple. A sugar sponge will help you get off drugs.
There you go.
Off.
You're right.
Yes. Gotta enjoy it when it happens.
Now just put on shape and you eyelash shapes and ruin everyone's lives.
Like holy hell, good artist. Yes, I agree. Sorry, this is Nice Project agreeing that Shona is an amazing freaking artist.
She is.
But I've asked her, we have a Chainmaille MonkeySpace logo kind of / mascot that was made by a friend of mine in Auckland who is also a freaking awesome artist. When I requested from him a chainmail monkey looking confused and doing chainmail. So we have t-shirts and hoodies with that design on because, you know, if you're going to be a chainmail monkey, you might as well confuse the hell out of people with it. But since then, in conversations with Grace and Eden and a few other people, we've also figured out other animals that might be interested in chainmail or other variations of chainmail animal you can be. So there's the Kia, because Kias like shiny things and taking things apart, and they can't stop picking at things. There is the magpie, because shiny things. There is the octopus, because most chainmailers I know have multiple projects they're working on at once. So I want to have an octopus that has like multiple different sets of tentacles making different things at the same time. So yeah, I've asked Shona if she would mind putting her not inconsiderable talents towards making some more pretty shiny mascotty things for us. Because I think it'd be cool. We also need to potentially get shirts for Eden and Grace. Grace's will say, I am not Eden. Eden's will say, I am not Grace. Because when I get very tired, I call people the wrong names.
We now have to do Momo one too.
What?
Because I think you called her Grace or Eden.
I think we just need to make her one that says, I am Momo.
Yes.
Because,
But no, I think you called her Grace. I think you called her Eden in the weekend.
yes, but I think basically everyone that we have to help us at stalls now is going to get called either Eden or Grace. Because reasons.
Translator Fails does the plagues from the Princes of Egypt and it
Turns
turns into
into an
Awesome
awesome
Star Wars Sith remix.
Ooh.
I just saw it. I haven't seen it yet, but I just saw the
Is that a new one she's done?
yeah.
Nice.
We haven't looked for a while, so.
No, we haven't actually caught up with them for a bit.
I like ships.
Pull the work of change. Conscience sensing rain. I'm in love with the system. Yesterday you were in my class. Now my blank is such a spice.
Lemon, such a
Now my lid such a spices. Every day I find some new railway.
My love with your sister. Oh
Me, oh my, oh me, oh my. I'm in love with the system.
So now it's chainmail karaoke.
Chainmail couple karaoke. Chainmail couch karaoke. Grace's
Yes, please, to many shirts.
many shirts. I kind of want to set a competition for people to like make a chainmail monkey and just like post it up on Instagram because we met a really cute kid over, I think it was Celtic Fair, who'd come across from Taranaki, who was a pretty damn good artist from the work that they showed me. And I told them about this concept and they got slightly inspired with the idea of being able to make chainmail creatures. So I kind of want to post it up and be like, hey guys, challenge, draw a thing. And then the winner gets like a chainmail kit or something. Just because it'd be fun. And then it means people can actually show off how incredibly good at art they are.
Lots
And
of
it inspires, sorry?
Lots of crying, laughing.
Yes, crying and laughing. And it inspires people to think up more creatures that might like chainmail, because reasons. Because now we also have to have shirts now of war chickens.
Chain penguin. It says
Chain penguin.
Not penguin.
King
Chain penguin.
Penguin.
And me, King Penguin. Geeky Brit comedy references.
Again.
At least we're ending the show the same way we started it. Chain penguin. Again with the birds though, how do you fit the chainmail over their wings so they can still fly? I know that penguins don't fly, but they still have to be aerodynamic in water. Chain peacock. Ooh, that would
Peacocks
be cool.
still fly though.
Peacocks still fly, and it would crush the feathers. I kind
Unless
of
you did peacocks
see,
printed
making a
scale.
chainmail peacock would be cool. Like, can you imagine doing the splayed tail thing with the scale kind of standing up? I wonder how you'd get it so it was actually chain platypus. Yes. See, this is why I like my crazy friends. I'm in love with your sister.
Oh, you're just slightly here.
A chain warthog.
Ooh. Sorry, we have Harpy's phone set up so that we can see what people are commenting on the stream without having to look up at the screen over there, which involves me doing that a lot, which doesn't look great. But it means that it's actually playing on there and we're slightly out of time. So every time I sit down, I can see myself not on the couch while I'm sitting down. It's kind of screwing with my head a little bit.
Yeah, just like a
Slight delay.
5-second delay. Just about.
But your comments come up quicker on there than it does on the laptop.
Yeah, so we can see your comments on there before we can actually, before we've responded to your comments on there, and the picture of us on there is still not responding to your comments. It's a bit strange. 'Tis bizarre.
Tis that it were.
Twould that it were. I've been wanting to do streams of, hang on.
Whiskey?
NAS Project says, could do a peahen. Peacock tries to show off their colours and bomb metallic scale mail on peahen. That'd be funny. That'd be pretty fun.
Chainmail vulture.
I don't know if that would be too heavy.
That
I
would
don't know
be.
why weight would be an issue with that, but for some reason the weight of a chainmail vulture seems to be the biggest issue I have with it.
Albatross.
Don't ask me why.
Ooh,
albatross.
God, they're huge. Have I ever showed you photos of me at the Adelaide Zoo and I'm like sitting next to an albatross?
No, that sounds
No.
cool though.
What's that raptor in America that's dying out because there's actually no megafauna anymore? It like predates it. It's a massive raptor, like a giant vulture. It's dying out because it evolved in a time when there was a lot of megafauna. So it's the type of thing that picks up sheep and eats them.
Ooh,
Duckling right next to it.
damn. That's a pelican.
A pelican, sorry. Not
Chainmail
albatross.
pelican.
Chainmail.
That'd be
pelican.
I'm kind of imagining a chainmail pelican in like an Arabian mask, so that it fitted over the head and then over the bill and then just kind of fell down the sides of it because they've got such a long beak that I think it would look quite cool. But it might make them fall over a little bit, depending on what you made it out of. It'll be a little bit top heavy. Yeah.
No, he's not killed him. Oh, am I a minute behind?
You're a whole minute behind. Is it because it's streaming and you clicked out of it?
Probably. Yeah.
Now we're even more behind than we were before. I think it's because people can still comment on the video as it's going on, but they don't necessarily. Huh?
There's an extra armored turtle.
Chainmail turtle, yes. There is actually, which company is it? There is a company out there that does
Chainmail panda.
Chainmail panda, yes. There's a company out there that makes little chainmail kits for making. They've got pigs, they've got hedgehogs. I don't know if they've done a turtle. I vaguely remember them having a turtle. But they have kits for different creatures. I've thought about bringing them in, but I'm not sure how popular they would be. And I don't know if they do them wholesale. The issue is if I buy it in at the standard price and then have to charge you for customs and postage and everything on top of that, it ends up making it more expensive than it needs to be, and it'd be easier. Grace wants the hedgehog. I will work on getting the hedgehog, Grace. It ends up being more expensive than you just buying it from there and getting them to send it, because that's becoming easier to buy things from overseas and actually get them through. it kind of stops it from being worth me doing it.
Yeah.
And then if I want to buy, thank you, Grace. It's good to know that I'm not completely misremembering that. If I want to buy a bunch of them in, I need to buy in a bunch of the same design. So I'd need to get like 10 hedgehogs to make it worthwhile, which is not impossible. And I would, I think, eventually sell them all, but I don't necessarily have the money to buy 10 of the hedgehogs, 10 of the turtles, 10 of the pigs, and then recoup the money fast enough. Some of them, chainmail potato. What would you do with a chainmail potato?
Fire it out a potato gun.
Okay, you weren't supposed to answer that for him.
Well,
Okay,
we're
that's
talking-
what he
quick
would do
answer
with a
to it.
chainmail potato. What would you do with a chainmail potato?
Oh my god, just instant mashed potato right there. Just
have a nice, might make fries.
Kind of wondering now that if you put a chainmail container over a chainmail potato and then fired it out of a gun, whether you would get mashed potato. These questions are what drive us.
Keep us awake at night.
Yes.
Just what is potato gun?
This project says love it. Yeah. So I'm looking and I'm investigating into buying more kits in, but it's trying to figure out how many I need to get of each and all that kind of stuff. Definitely wanted to get more turbines. Grace, I know that you wanted to get some of the Forbidden Eye pendants. I'm going to be doing the order with Steampunk Garage at some point soon. So if there's any particularly coloured turbines you want, or any of the a particular colour for the Forbidden Eye, can you please email me and remind me what colours you want? NAS Project says, I would love it like it was my second born. We may just have to make him a chainmail potato now. Would you like it to be a squishy potato? Because you quite liked the squish that we showed at one of the other videos. And we do actually have the possibility of making a squishy pet rock potato thing. No problem, Grace.
California condor.
Dream of
That's the bird that I was thinking about.
vacation.
Largest North American land
Squish.
bird. It became extinct in the wild in 1987, but has since been reintroduced in northern Arizona.
NAS Project, as soon as I figure out the cost of the squish, which I still have not managed to do, I will let you know how much a squish would be.
This is friendly squish between friends.
It has a 3-meter wingspan
Yeah.
and a weight of up to 12 kilo. Condor is a scavenger and eats a large amount of carrion, one of the world's longest living birds with lifespans of up to 60 years.
Grace says, if you fried a regular potato through chainmail, you would get, if you fired, I think, a regular potato through chainmail, you would get mashed potato.
Well, they do call about smashed potatoes you get in restaurants. You just crush the potatoes, so it's actually skin and everything. You still have chunks.
So
it'll
would it
chunk
be
of
a
smashed potato.
would it be a smashed potato? Or would it be a mashed potato? Because
I
it
mean, it'd be a
Well, it depends on
it depends on what size rings you use.
And I think it also depends on the force behind it,
Yeah.
because, yeah.
You'd also need something for the chainmail to hit, but the potato to go through. Otherwise, you'd end up having to pick out bits of chainmail from your mashed potato.
Yeah, but still, it's like a dinner and a show. What's mashed
Now I'm
potato?
imagining you chasing the potatoes around. My dad has got a bug killing gun. Okay, sorry. NAS Project's comment from that is, no, my child. My dad got a bug gun which fires salt,
Bugger salt.
which is supposed to be extremely good at killing flies. Owen decided to test it at one point and it did not, but is now considering using it to season people's food.
I was gonna say, that sounds like a great tip.
Uh-huh. So now I'm imagining
You
him
want
chasing the
seasoning?
potatoes around and shooting them with the bug gun. Talking dinner and a show. Do you think we should work this into the medieval feast, Owen?
Yeah, we're not doing that one here now.
We need a potato cannon and a what?
We're not doing that here now.
Okay, we can talk about that after.
Would be cool, but it's not going to work out.
Right.
I'll fill you in later.
Okay, all good.
Got my straps done.
Oh my god, is it time to attach them?
Yeah.
Nice. For those of you who've just tuned in, Harpy is making a shirt. So what she's been doing today is making the straps. and then we are going to be attaching the straps to the front and back pieces she's made.
How long have I been, so this whole session I've been working on straps, like closing a couple of rings and then straps.
And then
So
straps.
however long that took me
Yeah,
to do this, that's how long it will take.
we've been here since 1.
There you go. So 1, it's 4:15.
It's
It took
been
me
4 hours
about
worth of
3
work.
hours, yes, to make this much.
She's done it in 6 in 1, not in 4 in 1, so it's slightly denser than a shirt would
No,
be.
there's a lot more rings to close and a
Yeah.
lot more.
But it's also 10 mil, so it ends up being quite flexible. Now, what I would suggest, are you going to do it right to the edge?
No, right to the edge, just like where would the straps
potentially-
usually
hang on.
sit, like here? Like,
Depends on the design. A lot of
It
the
does
time,
depend on the
it's
design, yeah.
you want it. If you're going to have a shirt, you'd have it up here.
Yeah.
Depends on the
higher
design.
it is-
If you're making it for you want it up here.
In terms of the strength, you want it to sit across there.
Okay.
Like that. So I will hold that.
because it doesn't matter, because I'm gonna
A
extend.
little wide, on?
Hmm?
What do you reckon? It's a little wide. It goes from shoulder point to shoulder point.
It's probably a bit narrow.
A bit narrow for this.
Well,
I know.
I will
It's,
extend
I know
it.
it's going to need to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
wide as
yeah.
you go around the waist. I'm all thinking for shoulder to shoulder.
It's just to fit you.
Yeah.
just me. This is not gonna be for anyone else.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
mine.
No, that's right. Shoulder to shoulder. Start on the outside edges of that, and you can build it into the neck.
Okay,
So
so
it's, so try to attach 2 of those to the outside edges.
okay.
And maybe one of them to, actually you can probably put all of them on.
Yep.
If you're going to the outside edges and they're both the same width.
I don't think they are. Like, I know one's longer than the other. Very sure. Yeah.
If you could help me make some chainmail.
Kestis?
Yeah.
Possibly if you help us figure out what they are. You got photos?
Oh, yeah, they are roughly the same. Roughly. Okay. I didn't mean to make them roughly the same.
What do you know? You're cleverer than you thought you were.
But,
Okay, you need
oh yeah, there you go. So
4 more. No, hang on. Hanging in the opposite direction. That's why I'm confused. Sweet, send us photos and we can help you make them. Sorry, for some reason I keep looking at that screen thinking that I'm looking at the camera, but I'm totally not. I'm not that insane, I promise. I'm worse. / better.
They're those historical Olympic boxing gloves.
Ooh.
Yeah. Are you planning on boiling them after using them?
1, 2, 3. I'd say attach about 3 more.
on that one.
3 more on the end of that one.
Okay.
So yeah, I do that first.
Yep.
Because you have the closed rings,
Mhm.
but you don't have to do it the whole way down. You can just do it at that chunk so
No,
that you can attach those and then.
No, yeah, I'll do it at the chunk
Yeah.
because I want to get these attached.
I've been wanting to make chainmail gloves for a little while. I'm thinking like half gloves and then just a leather strap
I
at the
think
wrist.
yours was talking about
But
the is at home to point out the chainmail on the thing. I said
I've-
need a leather guide underneath it.
Yeah, the gladiator ones are I think the ones that he's talking about. The problem with having chainmail boxing gloves with no lining underneath them is you're going to end up with really weirdly shaped bruises on your hands. Chainmail is not
You'll end up cuts.
on your hands from the
Chances
chainmail.
are there's no padding through
Yeah.
here, and
Okay,
any edges
basically
are cut.
the issue is there is no padding. So I haven't experimented yet. Owen has slightly more experience than me, so if he says you're going to cut your hands, you're going to cut your hands. The skin on your hands, especially over your knuckles, is really thin, so you need padding so that there is somewhere for the impact to go.
An example is like your hand.
Nas Project says, planning and getting naked and oily before, so why not go all in? I'm not sure if you want to be naked, oily, and bleeding. If you do, that's fine. I just don't necessarily need to know about it.
It's the fact is
It says, I am the padding. Yes, but what is going to pad you?
what are you punching?
Are you actually planning on punching things, or is this more for the look than anything else?
There's just some bedroom game.
In which case, again, no need to know details. Please, not the details.
Oh, I went overboard. You said 3, right?
Uh,
I went double.
That's okay. It's more that it's 3 longer.
Mhm.
It is historically accurate. Do you have sources for us? Because if it's historically accurate that it's that you use them without padding underneath, then there should be some historical sources somewhere.
The other thing is to look at what their hands were like afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it didn't happen.
No.
People are idiots,
But it's more, how much do you want to be able to use your hands? If
What
you're
do you have to
actually
Hannah?
planning, I'm looking for the other part of chain like that.
Would this be for your character? It could be for your character.
Yeah. If it's for
Just
a character
custom
that you're
naked
playing
boiling.
and you don't need to actually
punch
have
someone's
them,
skull.
like if you're not punching someone's skull with them, you will probably not be bleeding. No, that naked and bleeding bit is historically accurate. Yes, but they didn't really do anything after being naked and bleeding, except get horribly infected and potentially die.
And if it's gladiators, they actually submitted.
Yes.
Because you don't make money if your fighters die.
No, not so much. If you want to be that historically accurate, then that's okay, but we are not necessarily going to take responsibility for the state of you afterwards.
Apparently something is perfect.
Perfect, cool. I think me not wanting to take responsibility for him being naked and bloody. I think I've said it about other things. If people want to do mad stuff, that's fine, so long as they don't expect me to join it. I know I had another. There it is. I found my GSG.
What period?
It's not historically accurate if I don't die from infection before 30. Oh my god, I'm not historically accurate.
Well, actually, historically accurate for a lot of the medieval period still lives to about 50.
Mm.
There's only been a few countries who've died at 30.
It was a percentage of the population that would die from infection as well.
Yeah, and it's the. I think it was places like Mongol and that.
Mm-hmm.
Mongolia had like some of the early stages then, but once you reach medieval period of Europe, most of the sanitation there is actually some form of sanitation and medicine.
GSG is a very fun weave. What I'm currently making is a bunch more of these necklaces. So I has the one that I'm wearing. I have the one that just fell off the couch. I made a gold one. And then I made a shiny, shiny blue one. And I'm working on making some more steel ones as well. So I need a few more of these. Fun's are doing pretty colors, yes. The colors definitely add to it, but I like the steel as well. Like it's good to have the variations, but the steel itself kind of works pretty good. But yeah, I now have been making one of the straps today, and now I need to make that one so it matches in length. Thank you. What are you working on today? Are you actually working on anything, or are you just listening to us ramble?
Oh God, please tell me you're making something, otherwise you're going crazy.
And have you done a costing on Gidget yet?
Or actually, Devoured might like that dragon.
Yeah, Devoured will probably like dragon. Simplicity and steel. I like it. It's not a bad tagline, actually. They're just watching. Fair enough. Considering how much you've probably been using your hands to make stuff recently, and how much you've been using your legs to do Zumba stuff. Grace does Zumba classes up in Auckland as well. So she actually started doing the chainmail because she needs some time when she is not dancing. And the chainmail is, again, good to stop you from being bored. Have no time. Yeah, I feel you. There's actually, don't know if you remember the steel hacky sack that Scott gave us last session we did. I still haven't managed to cost that one because I need to sit down and do a timing for it. So I totally get it. Just let me know when you do, because I can think of a few people now that might be quite interested in it. Because did they tell you that Amy wanted it on?
What?
Gidget.
All right.
Yeah.
No.
She asked me how much it was when we went down to Tauranga.
$2
Okay.
million.
Last project said, I mean, I was taking the piss, but why not actually go down this logic? The original was used in the first historical time of the Olympics, like when it was done and dusted in half a day. I might potentially go down this logic path when I've had some chance to actually do some investigation about it, because I don't know enough about Kestis to be able to give you sufficient logic. But I will work on that. He says he'll search for that, for when that was, he can't remember for the life of me. Exactly why I'm not trying to answer your questions now, but we can look into it. Could be fun. I've been looking at doing chainmail gloves anyway, just not actually for impact. I think for personal effect, if they were actually going to be on me and impacting anyone, I would definitely want them lined.
So
How's it going?
I'm just finishing this last link. And then you put the straps on each end?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Attach them edge to edge. I think it might be a little bit wide on you, so they might be sitting right on the edges of your shoulders.
I actually think the shirt needs to be wider.
You think it needs to be wider?
Mm-hmm.
To fit from shoulder to shoulder, not to fit all the way around, or?
It's at max. The reason why I said to start on the outside is you had it shoulder to shoulder at maximum for pull.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no expansion to go over the head.
Yeah.
So if you tried it any closer, you would have no room for it to expand to go over the head.
Okay, so put the shoulders on, because it needs to be wide enough from front to back to go through your head. One of the things that they used to do is actually split the center of the front and then lace it together, so that there was a wider way for it to get onto your head, but then it still actually covered what it needed to cover.
Yep.
So one of the things that the 6-in-1 doesn't do as well as the 4-in-1 is the expansion and contraction thing. It's slightly more rigid. If you try and contract it too much, then it bunches. So it's going to be a certain amount of experimentation, but if you put it right on the edge and then you find it needs to be wider, you can just add on to the side.
Okay.
And if you find you need to fill in the middle, you can fill in the middle.
Yep. Basically, it gives you a point to be able to put a poncho over your neck.
Yeah. So it's a point of reference, but it's going to be something that kind of works, that continues developing as you make it.
Okay.
Thank you for the dates, Corey. Sorry, damn it. Thank you for the dates. I will look into it at some point that's not now. I will definitely need to do some more research. I've looked into, damn it, what is it called? There's a kind of scale mail that is Roman armor that I cannot remember.
Lorica.
Lorica Squamata? Is that
something
it?
like that, yeah.
There's Squamata, Plumata, and another kind of arta. Sorry?
Lamellar armor. That
It
covers
is
a large.
lamellar, I think.
That covers a large thing. The scale in Romans were generally laced together.
Yeah, it's definitely leather laced. But I think that the Lorica Squamata I was looking at was bronze plate scale that I was thinking about making up. And I don't think that it was actually, I can't remember if it was ring woven together or leather laced. I think it was leather laced, but I was looking into potentially making some of that if we could get plates for it. But yeah.
Well, so it was all done naked and oiled.
The other thing that the naked, oily Romans and Greeks and original Olympians used to do is they actually had something to hold their genitals out of the way. I think it was mostly for the runners, so it wouldn't actually fly around and get hurt while they were running. But they tie it off somehow. I can't remember. It sounded uncomfortable though.
I think Moldy have something similar.
Depends on how historically accurate you want it to be. Happy?
Hmm?
Do you know if the Māori had something similar?
There was something similar, but I can't think of it for the life of me.
We know someone. I know someone who's
technical
talked about it.
Yeah.
The technical sides of it are slightly beyond me, and I haven't got the right parts to experiment, nor the urge to. But yeah, there are varying levels of historical accuracy.
But they're just finding out recently that the statues weren't actually white.
Yes, I do love that. Don't know if you guys have come across this yet, but Greek statues
Roman
were brightly Roman statues. not
Roman
Greek.
and Greek.
Sorry, Roman and Greek statues were brightly painted. They weren't white. So technically, every single movie you've seen that shows them as being originally white
And the whole place being white.
were incredibly inaccurate. And they've recently found the traces of the paint on them that has worn off over time. And they've been able to recreate the multiple colors that they used to come in.
Mm-hmm.
And they used to be Technicolor. And it really changes the look of
Caesar.
everyone.
Mm.
It's kind of awesome, actually. Oh. 4:30. Only got half an hour to go.
See if we can finish the strips.
If we can at least get it over your head in that time, that'd be cool.
So I'm right there.
Yep.
So close.
It's alright, you can always sit in the harvesting circle and do it instead. Does Momo have the address?
She's been here before.
That's true.
What's her address? What's the address again?
39A Row Road. Ooh.
What was it? 30?
39A Row Road.
Almost got a second one, huh?
Nice.
That's what I've done today.
Is that the last bit of Zafira?
No.
What's that?
Remember the couple who sold at Tauranga?
Oh, nice. Awesome.
This is the second one. It was nothing when I started today.
Very nice.
So
Row your road from NAS Project.
yes.
I always feel a little bit like Scooby-Doo when I say the name of the road. Road.
That's one shoulder.
We should see you in about 45 minutes. Half an hour to 45 minutes.
Sweet as.
So if
So
anyone
much
wants to come out and
fun.
harvest amaranth,
Yes, if anyone wants to come out and help us, the location that we're at is actually a cooperative space. They have a 2-acre property. They've converted a quarter of it to orchards, a quarter of it to raised garden beds. And every time we come out here, we get given a box of produce from their garden bed because it's currently producing more than they can eat and they like sharing. But they have been growing something called amaranth, which is a kind of grain, I believe, Owen.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
used a bit
Similar
like
to
quinoa.
So the last time Owen came out here, he noticed it was basically in season. And so we're going to set up a gazebo and some medieval tables and harvest it and see what we can get out of it and then what we can turn it into. So if anyone feels like coming out and helping out, that would be awesome. We will give you a tour of the place. And you'll probably get to go home with some amaranth to try out. Does Chris know we're doing it, though?
Yes.
Cool. Are they likely to be back for it, or are they going to be
I don't know.
all good?
I don't know if I hear a car or a generator of some sort.
Maybe a
can hear
car or a
a
truck or a
noise.
tractor or something.
Yeah. NAS Project just piped up with Chainmaille Armadillo.
Yeah, what's that one that someone mentioned at the weekend? That was-
Pangolin.
Yeah, pangolin.
Pangolin will be good too.
That's the one that walks up like this.
I don't know.
Like
I think it's still on all fours. It's
Yeah.
kind of like an armadillo, but
So
not.
armadillo / anteater type thing.
It's pinker.
It has
and
more scales.
Yeah. Well, it has no. It does have scales, but they're not solid, I think.
Like it's
It's
the
got
animal
like a
that looks
scale
like
pattern on it.
like it's the animal that always looks like it wants to ask you a question. Like it looks like this.
That's a good description.
Yeah. That's the only way I could describe it. Like it's scaling, but the scale back, and it looks very concerned.
Okay, just because I know that there are people currently listening, and some of them are involved in doing multiple projects with us or have been. If I was to set up a group project to be done out at the Imaginarium, what do you think it should be? And what weave do you think it should involve? I've been kind of trying to debate whether I should set it up with European 4-in-1 so that everyone gets a chance to learn that, whether I should set it up with a slightly more complicated weave. There's a skirt I've been wanting to do that I'm not sure whether to crowdsource or do myself. Happy?
Hello. It is. See, it's like this.
That I'm not sure whether to crowdsource or do myself because of the fineness of closures. It's one I potentially want to enter into World of Wearable Arts eventually. The project that we potentially are lining up for Auckland is a friend of ours who is a prop designer is going to be, NAS project also just said Echidna. The project we're lining up for MonkeySpace in Auckland is potentially going to be Geralt from The Witcher. There's a specific version of the, I think, bear armor that a friend of ours who's a prop maker wants to make. So I'm thinking of setting up to do that one, despite the fact that he wants it in steel. So it's going to be interestingly hard on people's hands, but it will also be an opportunity for people to start trying to work with steel if they haven't before. Is the animal I was thinking of Echidna? No, the animal I was thinking of was a pangolin, which is kind of like an armadillo, but not quite.
It's a scaled anteater.
Yep, my brain's just been derailed. Where is it going?
Project.
Giraffe. So we're basically, we're the only pieces that we're making. We've taken photos of the armor that we will be making. So it's basically just going to be a sheet of 4-in-1 in a specific size, which is not going to be hugely challenging. I like the idea of having a different weave being worked on here. I like the idea of potentially making it a World of Wearable Arts piece as well, or something like that, or a wearable art piece. But I'm not sure whether to do it with the bike chain and stuff that we have access to, because I've been wanting to do something big with that. I'm not sure whether to make it. I'm not sure what to make it. Does anyone have any ideas? Basically. If you don't, that's fine too. I'll come up with something. But the thought of having to design something from scratch and then figure out how to do a tutorial for it and how to leave instructions or sufficient instructions that someone can just come in and work on it whenever they want to is a little bit intimidating. Okay. That was impressive. I just lost my chainmail. And if anyone says we should make a chainmail pangolin, armadillo, echidna, or any variation or combination of the things, it's potentially going to get spawner. It would be fun, but I have no idea how to do it, so I can't necessarily leave instructions to make something that I'm not sure how to do. I was thinking of doing the battle pig armor. Battle pig. Ooh, chainmail corset and bustle skirt.
Clary.
That would be cool. Sorry?
Chainmail kimono.
Ooh.
It's in relatively straight lines.
Yes.
And we can say this piece needs to be this long but this wide. And we can work it out, and it won't take much.
Sorry, the idea that Owen just came up with was for a chainmail kimono, which would also be very cool.
And a good starting project, because
yeah,
it's not going to be a lot of calculation of area coverage and this sort of stuff. It's like, right.
I like the idea of, like, if we were doing a kimono, of setting it up so that there was a repeating pattern in the chainmail.
Mhm.
So it was mostly white because we have access to silver chainmail. I can make lots of silver rings.
We can make white rings too.
We can make white rings as well. But I like the idea of having it so that there's polka dot pattern is not what I would be going for, but so that there's a repeating pattern through it so that it wasn't just silver from top to bottom.
Flowers.
Chainmail inlay kimono. Ooh, that would be pretty.
Moorish rose.
Oh God.
Moorish roses within it, so it looks like it's roses within the
Moorish rose
within a.
or borealis.
Yeah, or if
Borealis kimono.
if you're doing Japanese velvet,
Yeah,
because you
true.
can do the collar in Japanese velvet.
Yeah. Ooh, I like that. Okay, 1 second, please. Ad's going to make notes.
It's a nice, easy starting project to get
It
everyone
is,
onto.
and the shaping is not too difficult. I like the idea of the kimono, but sorry, not the kimono, the corset. I like the idea of the corset, but the shaping of it
Hard.
is very precise. Whereas a chainmail kimono, the shape is,
That's Paul drawn around you to create a shape.
and it's not too complicated to leave instructions for. Hang on, just opening a Word document. Pretty patterns. Yes, you are right. It would be very pretty patterns. And the colouring could come through the smaller rings in the borealis. I don't know if you'll be able to see this, if it is actually going to focus on that. That is borealis. So the smaller rings in that are seafoam green instead of the silver.
And it just gives it that slight
A little
green
bit of a
tinge.
touch, yeah.
Like,
And then
it's not fully green, but you can see the tinge, and it's just
and you could
enough.
also work it so the majority of the piece would be that, and then if you wanted to have colour coming through or a pattern on the side or something, I could potentially make that piece. I do like the idea of having it in borealis and then having, because if we started with the, I come, I need to pick things up.
Because I can imagine that if
Chips
you were
made
given more,
something with salt in it, I don't know. If you just feel like coming out, bring yourself. We will be out here doing Harvest Circle for a little while, and then we'll be heading back in. But yeah. Corset, European 4 and 1 or 6 and 1 for the main panels, half Persian 3 and 1 for the bone structure. That will work really well. That's a good idea. I think for the first project that we do though, okay, I'm just going to write both of these down and then we can potentially work with both of them or either of them.
I could imagine if you were given more color, like a bigger, wider color variant, you could like do a gradient on the.
Yeah.
If you ever wanted to.
Yeah, I think it would be possible, and all you'd need to do is shift from. Is basically leaving instructions on how much of each piece you need to make, and then we can seam them together.
Oh yeah.
Persian 3 and 1 for the bone structure. I've thought of doing a corset in the half Persian sheet before. The problem I think that I have with wanting to do a corset is, for me, a corset is fitted. And if we're doing this as a World of Wearable Arts piece, it will need to fit a very specific size, which is not impossible. But I also haven't made a corset before, so figuring out the different sizes of the different panels would be fun. None of this is impossible. You're getting to see the process of my brain not working at work. But they would both be cool. Nas Project is going to come out here. He's asked if he needs to pick anything up. I've said bring himself. We're going to be heading back in at some point as well.
Yeah, we only have water and stuff here.
Yeah, we have water, watermelon, and a couple of pieces of brownie left. So if you need food, bring food. I was planning on maybe getting some chips on the way out here so that we had some salt, but did not have time. So yeah, entirely up to you. Okay, corset, that one, and then the skirt could be something different. I do like the idea of a kimono in the Japanese weave. I think the other thing that I like about the idea of doing the kimono is it would be, Grace says she misses the brownies.
These ones are a bit dry, sorry.
They're a bit dry because they're a little bit old. It's okay. I don't think telling her that the brownies are substandard is going to make her sad at this point.
Give it 2 weeks.
Give it 2 weeks. We'll be in Auckland. Make your requests now. Okay, we've basically gone over the corset being European 4 or 6-in-1, with half Persian 3-in-1 as the bone structure, possibly 3 or 4, depending on how tight we need it to be. Or doing the kimono in Borealis with Japanese 12 and 2 at the collar, or potentially Japanese dragon scale. That could look quite cool as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think the question I'm running into now is it better to set it up with a weave that's going to give them the most possibility to be able to then make be a good base weave to start with, like the 4-in-1, and then vary on top of, or is it better to set it up as an entirely new weave and a different structure and something new and exciting to learn?
For the first project, we need to keep it simple.
Yeah.
Because we haven't got the people with the broad knowledge and experience yet. A lot of them are still learning.
Yeah.
Or have been doing just 4-in-1 or 6-in-1.
I like the idea of it being something that anyone can walk into and learn.
Like the other ones we can do towards the end of this, or we can do it as a second project once everyone's going, right, now I've done a heap of chainmail.
The people that
had a
have
bit of
been
chance to
involved
practice and do stuff.
Yeah, because it's still going to be, for a lot of people, it's going to be, right, I am putting pliers together.
Mm.
And I want to set up some kind of, it sounds dumb, but quality control step.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that some people's ring closures are not going to be as good as others. And if we do end up putting this into an art competition or something.
So what it is they make the piece that they're working on.
Yeah. And then
it doesn't get attached until it is approved.
Yeah. So they basically, you make X amount and then put it there to be attached onto the piece once it's been approved or once it's been checked over.
But they're here for it too, and they can put it on.
Yeah.
But it needs to have...
So there needs to be some kind of tagging system potentially.
A coordinator.
Yeah. So...
That is here when things are put on.
Yeah. So that, but also if they're potentially going to, if they can come in one day and make it, and the coordinator can't necessarily come in that day, I want there to be something that can be attached to it so they can tag it with their name so they're the one that adds it on. Because I want there to eventually be a record of everyone that was involved in making the piece. So that everyone that made any part of it gets credit for it, no matter how big or small the part they made was.
Yep. Yep.
Cool. Thanks for troubleshooting this with us, guys. 'Tis a new concept.
That might be a memo.
It may be a memo. No, it's a Chris. Hello, Chris. Hey, Asha, how you doing? We're still streaming. We've got about 15 minutes left before we're supposed to stop. Had quite a few people check in today. It's been good. We've been having conversations about shooting chainmail covered chickens out of cannons and all sorts of other things.
Well, you shoot it fast enough, you could have frying chicken.
We were talking about making smashed potatoes by wrapping them in chainmail and then firing them out of potato cannon before.
All the possibilities with chainmail.
Yeah, everything needs to be chainmail. And Harpy has almost finished putting these straps on her shirt.
Yep, last link.
Which means it's almost starting to look like a shirt.
Well made.
There's a lot of work in those. There's a lot of work in a lot of those.
How was it?
2-year party.
You look thoroughly tired.
I like to check out the food and then I check out the couch. And then
Nice.
check out.
Just in general.
I like to make sure everybody's couches are certified for hippies.
Mm-hmm.
Requires some deep and thorough introspection and and resting.
Okay, Grace has just commented, the first project, our own chainmail patchwork quilt, or is that a copyright? I don't know if it's copyright, but if we were gonna make pieces for the chainmail patchwork quilt.
Did I really?
Oh no, did you twist it around?
I twisted it.
Oh
Oh,
So
Okay.
the problem with a chainmail
no! You only have
quilt
to
thing.
undo one side of
No,
it, and then you
yeah.
can flip it and try
so
not to sweat too
sad.
much.
Ah,
No! The problem with the chainmail patchwork quilt, if I was making, I like the idea of encouraging people to make patches for the quilt, and then we can send them all over together. But I don't know, I don't really want to start up a competing chainmail patchwork quilt project when there already is one. I'd rather just kind of add to theirs. For those that don't know, the patchwork quilt is basically, I cannot remember who is running it. Pretty sure I know who it is. Might be the woman from I'm not going to try and say who it is right now because I know I'm not going to get it right, but I will put up a link to it. They're making a patchwork quilt out of chainmail. There is no restriction on the
Titanium.
weaves you can use. The only restriction is the shape. So you need to make it to a certain size so that it can fit in with the rest of the pieces on the quilt. Pretty sure that there's a thing up on the Facebook
Go around
on
the rest.
Facebook as a page for the quilt, and then you make up the pieces and then you send them in and they get added to the main quilt. So that could potentially be something that we set up as a project,
But titanium.
because I do like the idea of us contributing to that quilt. And we can potentially, I don't know, make squares together. I'm not sure the
You wanna
size of the
see?
squares, but I might chuck it up
Okay.
and see how many people are interested in it. Because if anyone is focused on making pieces for the quilt, then we can make them, get them together and send them over in one lot.
Did you make these too?
Yes.
But
pick
yeah,
them up if you like.
I don't really
And then
like
it's
the idea
secure.
of taking the attention away from their project to start our own project.
Have you tried?
But I
this
do
first?
like the idea of the chainmail quilt.
Try one.
the blankets. Try it on your shoulders.
We have a, I don't know what it's made of, but a lead blanket
Nice.
for using in the bed. It's just for me.
Yeah.
One person.
We had someone who said their brother or something had a weighted blanket and the sand broke.
Yeah,
It's a sand
while it
filled
was
one.
on their bed.
Yeah, it would be messy. It's probably sand.
We started doing the squares, so they're like lap blankets that you can then kind of
Expand
have as a. You can buy them in sections, and then we can seam them together. So they come in sections about that big,
Yeah, that'd be good.
which is a decent size. And then if you want it bigger, you pay for the next section while
Yeah.
you use this section, and then once it's paid for, you
Yeah.
can seam them together. And then
How much
every
for
time
a-
we took them to an event, they're like $280, I think.
Nice.
You want to try it?
Yeah, queen size
They've
bed. What?
been quite popular. But these ones are, every time we took them to a market, someone will put them on their shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
So these are set up around a chainmail design for a bishop's mantle, which is a shoulder piece of chainmail. Do you mind if I put it on your shoulders? Because it is quite
Yeah.
nice.
Quite
satisfying.
I could do
It's okay.
chainmail.
You can.
You have the couch and the chainmail. Now
You
can
want
fall
to
asleep.
learn it? We have a
Sorry?
person who would like to learn chainmail.
Awesome. If you want, next time we come out here, I can actually take you through it. We'll come out early and I'll show you how to do it. And we've just been talking to people that we've been streaming chainmail stuff to about
Right.
setting up a project that's going to happen out here
Hang on, not those
and
rings.
trying to figure out
I
what
know,
it
this
is.
is kidding.
Yeah.
I just made chainmail.
Oh my god! Yeah, set up a project so we have all
I
the
just
supplies out
made
here, the
the
instructions
boys
out here, and
looking
people can come out and
like
add to it.
Oh, boring. All fun.
What's boring?
Putting two rings together.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, everything it's like every journey starting with one step. Every chainmail project starts with putting one ring through another ring.
Yeah.
It's all right.
There you go. That's okay. Lay it out so you don't do it again.
Yeah. So I'm losing it again.
So Harpy's making a shirt.
Yeah. So she's just putting the side pieces on now so she can actually get it over her head. All right, we got 5 minutes left to go on the stream. So if you would like to, please ask your questions now. Here's hoping we can actually get Harpy's shirt finished by the time the stream's over. We can do it. I believe in you.
We're looking at making for Hannah's been wanting to do a project through the Imaginarium where people can just turn up and we'll show them how the skills to do it, and like a World of Verbal Arts type project for Imaginarium.
Mm-hmm.
We're
So
talking about
World of Wearable Imagination.
Although it's been wanting to make something kind of
Grace
like
says,
this.
you got
that
this,
sounds
Happy.
awesome.
Yeah.
But looking at doing like a kimono,
Oh yeah.
Chainmaille kimono.
The two ideas we've got at the moment is the chainmail kimono, which we'll be doing in Japanese weaves, and the
those ones, they're
corset
stand up
and the
because of
skirt,
rings around them.
which we'd potentially be doing
These
You see
in
kind of the difference. These
European
only have
weaves.
two, those
So
have
we're thinking of
like
starting
three.
with the European weave one because it's a good base one to start with. But I will need to go through, plan the outfit. Grace says, I believe in you. Plan the outfit and figure out what instructions to leave people. So we'd be getting people to make it in sections and then potentially putting them to one side so they can be quality controlled because not everyone's joinings are going to be as good as anyone else's, and so we need to kind of go through it. And then adding them onto the project kind of as we go. It's an idea. It's going to be fun.
Sounds like fun.
Something to sort of just spark off.
Yeah. So that people can be involved in a big project without necessarily having to put the money down for the supplies or whatever
I'm the
else.
king.
Oh my goodness, that looks so cool. I so want a photo of you like that. You look like a king as well. There you go.
I'm wearing the smallest crown
Two
and
minutes
I'm
to
the
go.
king.
Didn't Egypt have an asp on their was it North or South Egypt had? Upper or Lower Egypt, one of them had the asp on their ground. Then when they combined the crowns, it was two.
Well, I'm glad the technology came through.
It did.
One
Thank you, Chris.
more link.
One
It's
more
been
ring
awesome.
to go.
We've actually had people in
Dun,
conversation
dun,
conversing.
Did you have to plug it in? Yeah.
Yeah, we did in the end. Just it was on 20%. We'll just plug it in. Try, have some watermelon if you want.
Our battery's at 15%. Oh my god! Time's running out on everything. Okay, is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Is it good? Is it good? Can you put it on? Can you put it on? Put it on. Put it on. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, put it on. Don't hit yourself in the head with it, please.
So
Grace says one ring, two legs.
actually, no. Did you see the one? You've got this harpy.
I did. I didn't tell her how she'd spelt it.
Harpy.
Harpy.
Harpy is in the
Harpy
witch
is the
bird crow thing.
mythical
Oh, yeah.
crow thingy.
That one.
Yes.
It's HAPI.
Yes.
Gold.
Nice.
Oh, it's too big.
It is a little wide, but
Does it need to be white?
what Owen was saying before with the expansion and contraction, so what you do now is you build the straps in to the section that you want them. But it is actually, if you look at it in the video thing, sorry, I'm not looking at you right now, but if you look at it in the video thing, you see how it actually hangs in the middle?
Yeah.
Chainmail's made to drape. So it's hanging the way that it needs to. So you expand the straps to there, and it's going to hang better.
The other thing you can do as well is when you've got it done and you find you want to contract over this point, put a slit in it and fold it over. So it becomes like a
Okay,
German.
what I'm
called a
going to
German
do just
collar.
while you're here now is how far in do you want the straps to come? Where on your shoulders do you want them to sit?
Like, I don't know. I feel like they need to be more.
I feel like they need to be about there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you want it to hit about there, yes?
Well, I think I might need to put.
Can I get
you
you
make
to hold
this?
that?
Yes, it did.
Today.
Made
So
them
what I'm
while
going to
ago.
put in now is I'm going to put a ring in there so you know where you're weaving to.
One ring to link them all. Happy dance. Sorry, happy. Happy.
Then you can make the straps in that thick.
Happy
And then
dog.
from there, you can either take
I'm famous
some of the
today.
strap there but leave
I'm
that.
famous
Because
at
the thing is, it's going to
no
come down to
TV.
here, but it still
No
needs to
TV.
join up your arms. So it's
Yeah.
going to need to be wider at some point.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of my shoulders.
Generally, you make it wide enough so that it fits over your shoulders, then you add the straps in, and then you kind of build it off of that.
Okay.
But
That
it is
did
sitting
not
quite
feel
wide
good.
on your shoulders for now. But once you have it the width that you want it across,
Wow.
then we can tailor the rest of it so it fits the way that you want it to.
Okay.
But it's going to look
Oh, we
different
actually bought
once
those
it's
chains.
suspended from there.
Yep.
Than
We
it is
bought
once
those
it's suspended
chains.
out
We
there.
didn't make
It
those
just
ones.
gives you a point to work off.
How did you like
Cool.
connect them?
Yay.
Yay.
All right.
Things are
On
back.
that awesome note, I think we're going to shut the stream down. Thank you guys so much for tuning
Lots and
in.
lots of like time and flies.
We will be back in 2 weeks
You
when
right,
we're
Chris?
up in Auckland with the MonkeySpace up there. We will hopefully have had some time to think about more actual project stuff. Possibly not, but maybe. We will do our best. In the meantime, Grace has suggested a workshop, how to tailor European 4-in-1. That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
It's one of the main issues you have when you're trying to do a shirt, because as well as tailoring it, the fit of it for you, there's the whole issue of adding sleeves and how you manage to make
Bunching.
them stay, and bunching and not wanting the bunching and all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
But yes, we will work on workshops. And love you too. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the insanity. Thank you for talking. And we will see you next time.
See ya.
Owen,
Yeah.
do you want to press stop on that one? Because I think that's what we're streaming through.
Bye, guys.
Keep. There we go.